If I could have everyone's attention. We're going to go ahead and get started with our workshop. City Attorney, are you ready?
Yes, sir.
City Clerk?
Yes, sir.
City Manager?
Yes, sir.
Commissioner Hill?
Yes.
Commissioner Boland?
Yes.
Commissioner Everett?
Yes.
Do we have Commissioner Vice Mayor Mervin on the phone?
No.
While we're getting on with it.
Hi, good afternoon, Vice Mayor Mervin. We're just calling you into the meeting. Okay.
Okay, we have a quorum established. I call this workshop of the City of Pahokee being held to discuss our October 22nd agenda to order. May we please stand for the invocation given by Reverend George Howes, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance.
Let us pray. Father, we come this afternoon as humble as we know how to, praying to God that thou would take charge of this meeting right now, in the name of Jesus. And, oh God, every spirit that is not like you will be removed right now in the name of Jesus. Praying, God, that you would regulate minds and transform hearts, God, that this meeting could be done to your glory. And, God, we thank you for all that you've done. Thank you, oh God, for what you're doing right now. And Father, we thank you for those things that lie ahead. And we give it all unto you, O God. Then ask it of you in the name of Jesus, we pray. Let every heart say amen. Amen. For the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Mayor Babb.
Present.
Commissioner Boland. Present. Commissioner Everett.
Here.
Commissioner Hill. Here. Vice Mayor Mervin. Here. City Manager.
Here.
City Attorney. Here. City Clerk is present.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Thank you, Commissioners. Thank you, staff, and thank each of you for being here today to participate in our workshop of October 22nd, 2019. The purpose of this workshop will be to discuss our agenda for today. If it's the Commission pleasure, we are anticipating adding on Palm Beach County. They're going to be doing a update on the gymnasium. And since they are here for this workshop, we're going to have them come up and make their presentation. I'm not sure if they're going to be able to stay for the regular commission meeting, so we want to allow them enough time to provide a update on our gymnasium, which we all are looking very forward to. Before we begin, I would like to acknowledge Lisa Wilson, representative of Melissa McKinley, and our former mayor, Colin Walks, and all of you all for being here. Thank you so much. So at Palm Beach County, we have Audrey Wolf. She's the Director of Facility of Palm Beach County, and she's going to provide an update on the gymnasium.
Good evening, everyone.
Good evening.
I like that. You don't usually get a response. I don't usually. I'm Audrey Wolf. I'm the Director of Facility Development Operations for Palm Beach County. And with me, I have Sherry Howard, and she's the Deputy Director of Housing and Economic Sustainability. I could not be more excited to be here tonight to give you an update on the status of the Pahokee Gymnasium renovations and the progress that we have made to date. No one is more excited to see this facility coming to fruition than I am. When we achieved substantial completion in July of 2016, we were confident that it was usable by the public for a myriad of athletic and non-athletic activities. For example, there could be dance, fitness, crafts, choir, community meetings, and senior programming. There are literally dozens of things that can be done with a community assembly area as large as that one. That being said, we did know that organized basketball may not be able to occur or occur with some limitations without further work having to take place. At completion of the first phase, that turned into phase 2 and 3, the plan was for the city contractor to go in and complete the interior work while we achieved final completion. The work to complete the facility was estimated by the city at about $75,000. Months later, we were advised that the city had chosen a partner to complete a much more extensive renovation, including an entire renovation to the lower area of the gymnasium, or the lower level of the structure. It was not until over a year later that the county found out that the city's partnership was unsuccessful and the condition of the interior of the gym needed more work than the way we left it at the end of the renovation on account of some of the early demolition that had taken place in anticipation of the partnership moving forward. So after another request by the city and the county understanding that without the facility being open to the public, our federal funding was jeopardized, the board allocated an additional $750,000 to the project to bring the county's total commitment to the project to $1,763,000. While this additional money was approved in July, it was not available until October 1st. In November, we met on site with the city manager as well as the assistant county administrator to review the condition of the building and jointly prioritize the work that needed to be done, as all indications from the contractor with most knowledge of the building was that the scope that we were looking at, even just for the gymnasium area itself, was going to exceed the $750,000 that had been allocated. And the priorities that were jointly agreed upon were enlarging the restrooms on the gym floor, creating ADA entrances, flooring, electrical capacity and lighting levels, interior paint, and infilling the windows, the high extra windows that are in the facility. The city administrator also mentioned that he would like electronically retractable backboards and a new scoreboard. At that time, we didn't believe that the funding was sufficient to even get through the first 3 scope items, let alone the 6 priorities, with the big unknown being the floor. The backboards and the scoreboards, for that reason, were not included in any plans moving forward. County staff was thrilled that we then took the time to seek out the engineer that had worked for the city's private partner and most familiar with the building. While not selected through a federal process, we were able to justify a sole source procurement through the federal regulations, which allowed for the savings of tens of thousands of dollars that could be put back into the project instead of being paid to the architect and engineer. And most importantly, the work effort associated, the time it takes to actually create the drawings from scratch and do the condition assessments and the design from scratch. State law requires a new engineer on the facility to basically start over. They can't use somebody else's work. So the 2 biggest discussions that we had as the design proceed on revolved around creating the ADA entrances, which was ultimately approved by the city manager, and the approach to the floor, which was also approved by the city manager, after all the options, samples, and pros and cons were presented and discussed. The county's federal contractor, Levelo, and his flooring subcontractor visited the site and cut out a small section of the floor in order to see the condition of the floor that you see, as well as the subfloor. The finding was that the floor itself was in good shape, except for about 500 square feet. The contractor said that he could reinforce all of the floor from the crawl space, which was great, cut out the 500 square feet that was water damaged, sand the entire floor, and then reseal everything for approximately $25,000. So there were 2 other options for the floor finish itself that we considered. One cost $62,000, one cost $71,000. This is 2 to 3 times the amount of the solution that we actually picked. It has lesser maintenance requirements than the other options. So we think we made a good choice with the refurbishment. I know there's been a lot of talk about maybe being able to see patches from the area that would have to be replaced, but you will not be able to tell where the 500 square feet of floor was replaced because it'll all be sanded and it will be resealed. But the most important thing to understand about the floor and where all the money's really going to is that the focus really needs to be on the subfloor, the reinforcement of the subfloor. And that costs about $223,000, so almost 10 times as much as the flooring that the part that we see that we're all talking about. And that needs to be done regardless of the finish that you put on the floor. It is actually that subfloor replacement that eliminates the issues associated with the basketball either not bouncing or bouncing someplace that a player wouldn't expect it to. So I know that unless you're a basketball player, you probably don't get it, but it's a really big deal when you're playing basketball. In addition, the exterior of the building will be repainted. There will be additional lighting at the entrance as well as a canopy. The county has also agreed to paint the city logo at Center Court. We're waiting on that design, and I'm sure we'll get it in time. And all of this was discussed with the manager in a meeting on August 2nd. I'm pleased to say now that since that time, the design is actually complete, and the engineer's estimate indicates that all 6 priorities can be accomplished within the budget. Now, we all have our fingers crossed that, in fact, the bids come in at that level, and that we don't have to be back here trying to figure out what needs to be cut from the scope. So we are very hopeful on that. We did distribute a schedule about a month ago, and I have extra copies here if you wish, and we're doing everything we can to maintain this schedule, and it should result in a completion of about next August. There's things that we still don't know, even though we're entering into the bidding phase, that could delay the project. There are also things that could make it go faster. So that's just our best guess based on our history as to when we would complete. While I'm happy to discuss to say that the project is moving forward, there is still likely to be challenges that are in front of us, the biggest being funding and cost, and the discussion of, hopefully we won't have to have it, but if we do, it'll be the discussion of what scope is going to have to be cut in the event that the cost of the project exceeds what our budget is, allowing for reasonable contingency based on the age of the building. But also we're going to have to think about managing expectations and supporting organized basketball with the understanding that it can be held with limited and or creative solutions to scoreboard and seating, because we may not be able to afford scoreboard and seating right now, or at least from these project funds. I don't want to gloss over that possibility that the amenities, and I call the amenities the scoreboard and the bleachers. Because of that, if the city believes them to be critical to opening, you should be planning now for how they can be accomplished, either with city's original allocation of $75,000 or its future allocations of CDBG funds, because these are things that can be added in the future while still opening it to the public and even playing organized basketball.
If I could, I don't want to interrupt you, but did you say bleachers?
Yes.
And that's considered a amenity?
It is. It's a fixture. So what we were trying to accomplish with the first project, as well as this one, is get all the basics, the expensive things, the construction, the things that you can't come and do later, the things that make it maybe easier or more convenient or whatever. But we needed to get the facility, which is critical, which is why the federal funding is being jeopardized, because the facility is not in use. We need to get it in use. Those are considered fixtures that can be allocated at any time. So if for some reason, I hate to even bring this up because it hasn't happened in over a year, we had a project that really came in under budget, theoretically we could add them in. But I don't even want to get your hopes up, because with this market right now, we haven't had anything even come in at what the engineers have been estimating, let alone under. So
I just want to comment that the bleachers, it would be critical. I know the scoreboard, you can write the score
like we did in the old
paper
days.
and put up the score that way, but bleachers,
over.
I don't think you can play ball in there without that. The only alternative to that would be to rope it off and have everyone stand against the wall, which I don't think would be feasible, but we'll certainly work on it. We're not
You can do portable chairs, you know, you can do movable chairs, you can do benches, you can put in limited bleachers as opposed to, you know, big fancy with multiple layers, because obviously that facility was bigger and had much higher retractable bleachers at one time. So there's things that we can do to have limited seating. You can still have the play, but the number of, you know, people watching, obviously it's going to be a little bit difficult until you can get through and get a permanent seating solution. But the room is there for the temporary solution. So, and I guess one thing, now is the time, and Sherry will probably remind me to bring this up, is we have to remember that the grant conditions are public use. It's not about basketball. I know basketball is very important. I come from a family of basketball players, as you could probably tell. And so I want everybody to play basketball. But it's about getting the facility open. And you can still have competition with the floor repaired. You'll still be able to have competition, organized sports. It's just going to be the spectators that are going to be a little bit limited until those features go in. So assuming that the possibility of the bleachers and the scoreboards may not be there at the completion, we really feel strongly that the city needs to really consider what complement of athletic and non-athletic programming is most important to the community and come up with a plan to start using that when the facility is done. I can commit to you that the county is all in and making sure the gymnasium is ready for use by all the population of Pahokee, and we'll share all the documents with you so you can make informed decisions along the way if we have to. Maybe we won't have to, which would be a wonderful thing, and we're here to work together with you to get across the finish line. So if you have any questions, I'm happy to answer them.
Any question from the commission?
Since I wasn't here, did we have bleachers before? What did we do with the bleachers that were in there? Did they go away? I don't know. I was only in there once, but I don't remember.
Commissioner Bowman, the bleachers that were there were completely ruined. They were wood. They were rotten out. So when they, in the first phase with the foundation that was funding this project initially, when they gutted the building, those were removed with all the other fixtures upstairs and downstairs.
Okay, so I guess my question would be, since we have until you're saying probably August 2020 before it's completed, so then we have an opportunity to maybe go after a grant or something to get that? Okay.
And they are eligible for CDBG funding, so if you were to want to use a future allocation of your funding for that, you could do that because they are eligible.
Can I have a copy of the schedule?
Yes, please. I'd like one too.
And my question on the time.
Did it change from the previous schedule? Is there a change from the previous schedule?
This was a schedule. This was a schedule that was delivered on September 20th. So I don't know which was the last one you saw.
Okay.
So are we on schedule?
We are on schedule.
What is the biggest item on this itemized schedule list that?
You mean cost-wise?
Cost-wise and time-wise, we're looking at maybe close to another year before it's completely done and renovated. I'm just wondering from this point, which we're in October, late October, until August of next year, what would be the major delay in maybe escalating the process?
So basically, we have 3 months down for permitting as well as for bidding. Our contracts require our CM to bid all of the subcontractor work, and so they have to comply with the federal regulations. They have to comply with our contract requirements. So they will go out and bid all of the work. They will give us a price. If that price is higher than what our budget allows for, then we're going to have to engage in deciding what scope's going to come out. And so at that point, you know, there could be some more time. So we factor in 3 months for that. for the bidding, as well as any adjustments to scope that have to be made. The permitting would be done simultaneously. A question has been asked about, well, what if we turn the permitting around in 10 days? Well, it doesn't matter because I still got to go through the bidding process. So once we have the GMP, the Guaranteed Maximum Price Amendment, ready, what we do is we have to put it on the board agenda. It's not for approval of the project in any way or approval of the funding. It's for the approval of the construction contract. County rules say that I only have delegated authority for up to $200,000, so any contract over $200,000 needs to be sent to the board for approval. So they won't be readdressing, do we need this project? They won't be readdressing anything like that, only that the contract is complete and that they want to move forward with the contract. So that takes a month from the time it's complete to go through all the internal review processes and then get to the board. So that's where we're at in February. Now, hopefully we won't have a protest or an appeal. We won't have to come back, and maybe we can cut a little bit of time off of that. But if there's a protest, or bid appeal, we have to cut something out of the scope, and then that scope has to be rebid. That's why we put in 3 months, because this is the typical amount of time it takes. Then after that, 6 months to complete the work.
In addition, a question from the commission? City Manager, at this time, do you have any question you need to ask?
As it pertains to the scope of work that you discussed previously, the mayor was with me on several of those walkthroughs of that gymnasium. And as I indicated in my email to you, I don't recall us deleting the seating. And that could be because we had several meetings and there's a lot of communication and sometimes things get lost in the shuffle. It was, quite a surprise when I saw that the seating wasn't included, as the mayor has alluded to this evening, that would be a challenge for the community to host organized events and also have spectators, because it does create a safety issue for this facility. So I spoke to Cherry, later this afternoon before you came in here this evening, and we were, we're going to push the project forward, keep it on schedule, and then we're going to continue to explore some opportunities in funding streams as this project comes online to address the seating. That could be possibly some things that we can move around with some of our surtax funding or some other external funding stream. But it is a priority, Mayor and Commission, and we'll continue to pursue that to ensure that when the county commits to their part, that we will hopefully have a full operational gym when they're complete. So maybe some funds will come available later down the road, as this project starts. We had that conversation as well. We don't know, but we will, work hand in hand with the county to ensure that this project stays on schedule and permitting is done expeditiously to ensure that there's no delay. So we appreciate your time and patience with the city on this project. We also appreciate, the gracious gift of providing us the funds for this facility. It's going to complement the football field that we have here that was just completed. There's some additional amenities coming to the, to that football field as well. So the gymnasium is going to be, an addition that will sort of not wrap up what we want to complete here at this campus. I call it a campus because we have a school right behind us that's a sub-leaser. But it will be in addition to what we are doing with all of our youth, our kids, and even our adults to provide some additional activities inside as well. So we appreciate your partnership here in the city of Pahokee. Please take that back to the county and all of your staff.
We'll do, and we appreciate that you're kind of embracing the way that the county does work, because we always try to get the base foundation, the part that's really disruptive where you have to take the facility out of service. We always try to get that done when money is tight, and then leave the things that can come over time to when they're available. And that way we can roll out the facilities as fast as possible. And it also gives you flexibility in case your needs change over time. You can decide, well, instead of X, I really wanted Y. You can do it that way. So thank you very much.
Yeah, again, we certainly thank you. We thank the county, we thank the Board of County Commissioners. We couldn't have done this project without you all assisting. We appreciate everything that you have done so far in moving this project forward. So thank you so much.
Thank you for your time. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, now we're moving to our regular workshop as it pertains to our agenda. At this time, I turn this portion over to our city manager, kind of lead us in the discussion of the items that will be presented on the agenda today.
Thank you, Mayor. We do have a short agenda. We have one ordinance, 2019-02, that's on second reading. We also added to the agenda old business and new business, marina and old hospital. And we're going to do, there's one more additional presentation that we'll add as well, and addition and deletions that just recently occurred for an addition. Outside of that, that's the agenda for this evening, Mayor and Commission.
Okay, if you would go ahead and just announce, I know we're going to vote on the additions, but if you just announce that, so if someone in the audience want to comment on it, they'll have an opportunity to know what's going to be presented in the agenda when we do have our regular commission meeting.
That addition is the contractors for the marina. That's Slayton.
Mayor,
As far as the
I'm sorry. I'd like to make an addition to the, do I do that now or later? It's my first time doing that.
I think you did addition deletions.
During the meeting?
Mm-hmm.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
And as far as the old hospital is concerned, well, that's already on there. So there's
Okay.
some new information, some more updates.
Okay.
So that's not an addition because it's already there. So
Okay.
that's all I have.
Okay, so you can go ahead and proceed with the discussion.
And I'll be presenting an addition during regular schedule.
Okay. The reason I wanted the city manager to kind of list his two items, I know a lot of people in the audience sometimes say they would have commented on it if they knew it was going to be on the agenda. So any late add-on, just as a courtesy to the ones in attendance to consider completing a comment card if you want to discuss it or comment on it.
That's it, Mayor, for additional deletions.
Okay, so you can proceed with some of the items, highlight some of the items that will be discussed tonight if you like.
Well, Mayor, we had a discussion about ordinance 2019-02. The city attorney came back last commission meeting. She sort of, well, she did clarify some of the misinformation about that ordinance. So it is on second reading for this evening. And again, we have proclamations. The marina, that is concerning your leases as well as we prepare for that. Old hospital, as I indicated before, we've been in some discussion. Well, we've been in discussions with a developer that is utilized by the federal government for a lot of their affordable housing, rental assistance developments across the nation. We have been trying to firm up a partnership with this development firm for a couple of months. It's a very, I think it's going to provide for the city of Pahokee one additional housing, of course, as well take away an eyesore that's here in the city of Pahokee that's been long-standing here, as well as hopefully maybe explore another project with the same developer as well. His organization, the developer's company, they've been very successful with the federal government in finding funding across the nation for housing and other, structural projects. And so we've been in discussion not only about the old hospital, but another site for possible renovations, but that's a little ways away. Right now, we want to focus on the whole hospital and ensuring that we are in our proper position. So when we create something that's fruitful for the commission to bring to you for presentation, it would have been vetted properly, and it would be in its proper stance to move forward. We've stumbled before on the old hospital on many, many occasions, and that's why I've taken the opportunity that this time we're going to do this the municipal way of entertaining a developer and entertaining a new project in this community. I found that when you do that, you can flush out many of the mistakes or misinformation, and then bring a product, to the public that can be accepted at a level where there's less scrutiny behind it, even though you have to scrutinize everything, of course, so you can be sufficient. We just want to move in a very strategic way with this developer to ensure that it's successful for the city of Pahokee, and we address this corridor of this community, as well as prepare for, hopefully in a couple of months, Barfield Highway will begin reconstruction. And so we just want to do all our due diligence, myself and the city attorney, and that's what we're doing right now as we move forward with this project. As it concerns the marina, we know we're getting into a position with the state where they are going to present this to the board for approval. However, the state has, again, provided if there are any revisions or if there's any changes that you will be reviewing if that's going to be discussed tonight, this is the night that you probably would need to make those revisions or whatever you want to do. And so I can indicate to them that the resolution that they have is standing and there are no changes from the 2018 resolution that we provided them, along with the lease that they have currently on file. So after tonight, if there's no changes, there's no other conversations, I will tell the state, the Division of State Lands, that the current resolution stands.
And while we're speaking on that particular subject, are you prepared at tonight's meeting to bring forth any recommendation that you feel or any change that you feel may be needed? Or, and in addition to that, have the city attorney also looked over the agreement? I know the agreement is there. It's been signed, but I'm just saying, just due diligently, are you expected to make any recommendation as a lead staff for the city of Pahokee? I know the city commission have an opportunity. We received the actual contract at our last commission meeting, so hopefully we have reviewed that, and any question or any concerns we have, we can bring those out if there's any. If not, we can certainly move forward and should move forward. But my question to you, are you in a position tonight to make any recommendation or was planning on making any changes or recommendation to the contract?
I'd like to see some changes as far as ensuring that if this is going to be a very fruitful partnership for the future, that the city is protected. I think that's why you have me here, as well as encourage economic development with partners that want to come into this city. There's been a lot of conversations about this lease, and we've been sitting on it for quite some time. There's a lot of exchanges that have occurred. There have been a lot of conversations that have not been accurate about the marina and about the investors and the operators that want to be here. City administration certainly has endured a lot of that. But I have to put that aside and think about what this city deserves and how the citizens here feel about this amenity, the history behind it, and what it stands for in Pahokee. I don't do well with propagating of threats of about what we need to do. As this administration moves forward, we have to do what's in the best interest of this city, and that's protecting it from the inside and out. And so the only recommendations I would like to look at is ensuring that if this is going to be a partnership moving forward, that the state is very clear that we have a lease with them, I think, like 65 years or something like that. And when we sublease to potential external audiences, that they understand, that position clearly and how this partnership should work from the financial point to how it would be promoted to this community, inclusion of all folks in this community, and really some prerequisites of how we're going to how we're going to ensure that we have a great partnership. Now, what that language looks like, I don't have it. I can't, draft legal language. I haven't had detailed conversations with the city attorney, but ultimately, I've had one-on-ones with commissioners, and they've expressed some things that they wanted to see. So this is the opportunity for them to tell the rest of the commission what they want as well. But I just like to ensure that when this agreement goes, that everyone understands what each other's accountability is and how we need to seamlessly work together and not pull at each other, to create, angst in this community. Because that's what's happened with this project. That's what's happened with this project. It's been utilized to pull people apart. And some people have their personal agendas, out front and in our face. And we've endured that. It needs to stop. It really does. And some of them are sitting right here. It needs to stop. There's no way this administration can be successful with anyone in this city if we utilize projects to pit each other against each other. It needs to stop. I've spent the last week doing public records requests because someone picked up the phone because they have a feeling. And know what that does? I can't work on the things that this commission asks me to do. It's just a reality. And some of us in here know that. So this agreement, if it's going to go forward, if this commission votes for it to go forward tonight, it has to move forward with all of us collectively. It must. And it should. But we're going nowhere fast on social media and our little private meetings, and then we walk in here and we have this personal agenda. Hasn't gotten us anywhere. And it has to stop. It must. So for me, and that's a little beyond where we need to go tonight, but this needs to be successful. I don't care who the investor is, if it's Everglades Reserve Holding or someone else. It has to be on one accord. It has to be fair, and it has to be some parity for everyone. That's just it. And if I ruffle some feathers when I say that, that's why they got me in this seat.
Okay, says man.
So, I'd like to ensure that the language in there protects the city, protects our investors, so we all can be successful moving forward. We've done some great work on that marina, and it looks wonderful. We're not done. It looks wonderful. But we just need to work together.
We'll continue that at our regular city commission meeting. I'm adjourning this workshop, and we will reconvene for our regular commission meeting in 2 minutes. Thank you.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, we got everybody in place. We're gonna go ahead and get started. We're probably about 20 minutes off schedule from our normal regular 6:30 start. At this time, City Attorney, are you ready?
Yes, sir.
City Clerk,
Yes, sir.
City Manager,
Yes, sir.
Commissioner Hill,
Yes.
Commissioner Bolden,
Yes.
Commissioner Everett,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Mervin. I call this city commission meeting of the City of Pahokee, regular commission meeting of Tuesday, October 22nd, to order at 6:50 p.m. May we please stand for the invocation given by the Reverend George Howes, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance.
Father in heaven, we come once again before you, asking, O God, that thou would continue to move in this place, God. Put us all to God on one accord. Let us stand, Father, for one common cause, and that is for the betterment and the advancement of our city. And for that, God, we thank you. And we ask it all in Jesus' holy name we pray. Let every heart say amen. Amen. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Mayor Babb,
Present.
Commissioner Bowman,
Present.
Commissioner Everett,
Here.
Commissioner Hill,
Present.
Vice Mayor Mervin,
Present.
City Manager,
Here.
City Attorney,
Here.
City Clerk is present.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you, staff, and thank each of you for being here tonight to participate in our regular schedule commission meeting of Tuesday, October 22nd, 2019. At this time, I would just like to recognize some of our special guests. We have with us Dr. Robert Reese, representative of Tina Post's office. We have Lisa Whitson, representing County Commissioner McKinley. And we also have with us our former Mayor Colin Walks, I think was here a little earlier. And again, each of y'all are VIPs, and thank you for coming. We're going to proceed with our agenda. The first order of the agenda is the addition, deletion, and approval of the agenda items. City Manager, this time, do we have any additions to the agenda?
Yes, Mayor, we have Slayton Construction. Yes, sir. We have Slayton Construction. And I overlooked this earlier, Mayor, my apologies, but we have Habitat for Humanity here as well, Bernie Godat. I think I pronounced that right, if they're here. Okay. Yeah.
Okay. We'll put both of those on Imagine Our New Business. We'll list them as they was presented, Slayton Construction and Habitat for Humanity second, unless we have a different order where we want to place them.
Present.
One going to be a presentation?
Yes.
Okay.
Slayton.
Well, I imagine we'll just put both as presentations.
Okay.
in,
Yeah.
so, okay.
Sure. Great.
Mr. Mayor, if I may, I would
Yeah.
also like to offer an addition to be added to the agenda, One Voice for the Community, Inc.
We'll put them also in the
In your
presentation.
presentations, okay.
Are there any additions?
No, Mayor. That's it.
Thank you,
Thank you.
sir. I think Commissioner Bowden wanted to.
No,
add-
it was Habitat, so
Okay,
that's
great.
good. Yeah.
That's good. In addition, I'll entertain a motion for the acceptance of the agenda as presented with the 3 add-ons: Slayton Construction, Habitat for Humanity, and One Voice for the Community, Inc.
I make a motion, we accept the agenda items as approved.
Second?
It is a move by Commissioner Boland and properly second by Commissioner Hill that we'll accept the agenda as presented with the addition of the 3 add-ons. Call for questions. Hearing none, are you ready for vote? Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Commissioner Boland,
Yes.
Commissioner Hill,
Yes.
Commissioner Everett,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Mervin, Mayor Bab.
Yes, thank you, Madam Clerk. Thank you, Commissioners. Item passes by unanimous vote. Now we'll move to approve our minutes. We're going to take all our minutes in one vote unless the commission decide they want to pull one for discussion. The minutes that we'll be approving and voting on would be August 27, 2008.
Public comment calls, public service announcement.
Okay, I'm just skipping and moving fast. At this time, we'll have our citizen comments, agenda items only. City Clerk, at this time, do we have any comments card completed for agenda items only?
Yes, sir. The first person is Wayne Boland.
Wayne Boland, 366 South Barfield Highway, Bogue, Florida. I'd like to talk about 2019-02. In my opinion, I'm going to address these people because they didn't all that talk yet. So, if, in my opinion, it's against the law what they're trying to do, pass something, because they're trying to change the charter. And I think when I said that before at the last meeting, we're not trying to change the charter, we're trying to expand on it. Well, come down to my level. Here's a 12th grader in high school. When you learn...
Could you face us? You're speaking.
Doesn't do any good, but...
Yeah, I'm trying, I can hear
okay.
you. Yeah. Thank you.
So if we'll do a little high school experiment, and we'll work on the word expanding. And I think it means change. And if Isaac Newton said, this is an example. You take this imaginary balloon, which is 4 inches long by 1 inch in diameter, and you start pumping hot air into it, and you talk and more hot air. And then by the time it gets this big, doesn't it change it? And when it blows up, then what? And it really changes it. So not only is, I'm thinking like, the provisions that I'm talking about, the whole idea is, I think, in my personal opinion, after 55 years of business, dealing with lawyers, that if you, the initial thing that she's trying to change is illegal, so she's trying to talk these people, all the people in the chamber, mayor, everybody, to vote on something that's illegal to begin with. And I don't know if you can follow this, but it's clear to me. But that's my opinion. So if you do something illegal, you change the charter, then it's illegal. That's my opinion.
Thank you, sir. In addition, a comments card pertaining to agenda items.
Yes, sir. The next one is Metro Hughes.
Good evening. I want you to know I'm missing boot camp right now, and I'm not very happy about that. But I'm happy to be here. And I want to agree with Wayne that ordinance is not legal, but due diligence will expand your thoughts on that if you would, please, before you do something that shouldn't be done. And the other one is the marina. It's in a contract. I hope you all done your due diligence when you had that signed, because guess what? It's legal. You can't change it. And you can't hold it up. But you are. So you need to get that marina in action for our city benefit. Don't you think? That would be a benefit to the city. I think it would. A great benefit. There was like a 15-pound fish caught down there last night, a big bass. Just to let you know.
Thank you.
The next one is from Robert Miller.
Evening, Mayor and Commissioners. I've been out of sight for a while. I had some operations this year, and I've been talking on the phone with Chandler and with Robert. And it's been 3 years that we started this. We had an unanimous vote from the commission at that time and the mayor to take over the marina and go forward. We've done everything as a group to try to help Chandler, and Chandler's worked with us in several different ways. I want to know what the holdup is. I mean, I've lost the restaurant in Irma. I've been doing $2.5 million. I'm in the courts with it right now. I opened another restaurant this past year with my son, and we're doing $1.5 million in less than a year. I think we can do the same thing here. I think that if we all work together, I think Shayla made a very good statement earlier, that we got to stop fighting it and pick out somebody. You've had 4 vendors in here that didn't know what they were doing. We got 100 years experience, or probably 150 years experience between me, Robert, and Mr. Miller. We know the business. We know how to make it run. We know how to work with people. I've worked with many areas. I'm from New York. I've had restaurants in New York. I've had restaurants in Jersey, and I've had restaurants in Florida. I've never failed in anything. Every one of the restaurants made money. I hire all sorts of people, as long as they want to work. I've come here several times, in the beginning when before I got sick, I ended up having a new kidney put in and a new knee. So I did that all this year. It's all done. It's finished. I'm ready to work. I just would like to see the people go forward with this. I mean, if you look at it, when you put the ad in the paper, you got 0. We stepped up because when Robert brought me up to this town about 3 years ago, I liked the town. I think that there's a lot of possibility for this town if we all work together. I think that you got to develop this town. You can't let it lay the way it is. And the way you develop it is bringing people into the town that'll look at the town and say they want to come here either as a weekend vacation, or if we get the shops put in here that should be in this town, little boutique antique shops and art shops and everything. And I think it'd put everybody to work in the town. I think that you're missing the ball by letting it go on and on and on. I mean, if you're doing this now and you did that 3 years ago, you got an opportunity to go forward. And I don't see why. I've never got a phone call from anybody on the council. Never got any phone call from the mayor except for Mr. Chandler asking me what I thought. I helped him get the fence guy, which he got done at probably.
What was that?
That gave me a heart attack.
Wow.
But I helped Chandler with some of the contract. Everybody all right?
Okay.
All right. So, I've worked with Chandler with some of the contractors. I am a contractor. My father was a contractor. I built 70 homes in Everglades City. I built a 80-unit condo complex. I think the same thing can be done here. I think that whoever does it, it'll just increase the value of the town. And I think, everybody's been doing the best they can, but I would like an answer why we're in this rut.
Time at this level.
Okay.
We'll get that answer to you, hopefully, through these deliberations tonight. city manager, city clerk, are there in addition comments, cards,
The
agenda
next
items?
one, yes, sir. The next one is from James Miller.
Good evening. As my dad said, you know, it's been 3 years. We're really excited to come to Pahokee and make this, you know, the best possible thing that we possibly can. It's the first time I've ever seen City of Pahokee sunset today on the marina, and wow, that was breathtaking. It really was. I think if we can get a little bit more organized between the city manager, the council, and with us with the marina, and we get a plan on track, we can make this happen. This is the second year that we've come to a date and it has not opened, and that's just disorganized. I think if we come to the next council meeting, we put a plan in place to get this marina opened for next season or for the summertime, we could really make this thing really work. So, thank you.
Thank you.
The next one is from Patricia Wilson.
Patricia Wilson, 731 Barack Obama Boulevard, and I'm speaking opposing the marina being leased out like this. I suggest that everybody sit down and look at those contracts. I hear somebody say there's a contract in place. I don't think so. But anyways, we've had private investors up there before when they ran the marina, and it seemed as though it needs some collaboration with everybody to see where everybody's mindset is. So I'm saying to the board, and everyone is in charge of making decision. A lot of times you want to make a decision on something, it's not you, it's held up someplace else. Former attorney had opportunity to do a lot of things, didn't do. So I suggest that you be like a snail this time and check it out, because there's something is not right with this. Some on this side want to oppose. They want, okay, when you sign it over to them, they have a right to say who can and who cannot go up on that marina. It's not a private yacht club. It's for everybody. So if you want to, you say you had a restaurant down there making $2 million and another one $1 million, okay, that's a good idea too. But I'm saying to everybody, this city has been split because of racist comments that's been posted. And last week, the last meeting I came to, I was addressed outside by one of these residents about a comment that was made on Facebook, which is a social media page. So I'm addressing this tonight too. People have a right to say what they want to say. They have a right to their own opinion. Your opinion is just like anybody else's opinion. So I'm saying to the mayor, the ones that can vote, if there's anything in that lease that needs to be checked, I suggest that you check it off. Because people say one thing out of their mouth, and once they get things in their hands, it's a total different thing. Thank you.
Thank you.
The last card is from Juan Gonzalez.
Everybody doing?
Good now.
Gonzalez from 691 East South Street. I'm here because of a variety of things I've seen on the internet and the ordinance. And I have a question for the city manager. And correct me if I'm wrong. Doesn't this place everything under your order for approval? Ordinance number 2019-02, 13 if I'm correct, section 13. Meaning that nothing can get approved or get by without your approval? Meaning the commissioners work for you, you don't work for them? Or am I misunderstanding this? I'm asking you. I'm new here, that's why I'm asking. I read this thoroughly, so as you can answer to them, answer to me, I'd just like to get a better understanding of this. Is that it?
This
Please,
public
so.
comment manager, I mean, Mayor, we can come back and provide him an answer at regular when we get to that point in the meeting. But it's public comment. We can address it when we get to the
City
ordinance.
Attorney, you got that particular item that he's thinking
What was the section, sir?
Section 13.
What, was it subparagraph or just the whole section?
I'm not gonna, I only got 3 minutes. I can't read all that for you.
No, I'm not asking you to read it, but
So
you're,
she can address it at some point.
Well, that's what I'm saying, to explain to me, 'cause this is what I'm understanding this.
Okay.
Ms.
what-
Mayor, at a later date, at a later time during
Later
the
time,
meeting,
what
I'm
date?
happy to do that.
Or today?
Later time during the meeting.
Okay, like I said, I'm new here. I'm just trying to get a better understanding of what's going on.
I can tell you now, the city manager don't have full authority. This commission have the final say on all operations of the city. Now, he's in charge of the day-to-day, but we direct the policy that dictate his day-to-day operations. So I'm not familiar as far as what you're reading in there to conclude that he has the final say-so, but the city attorney will look at that. She'll read it out loud and kind of explain that section during our public
Yeah,
hearing.
because I'm telling you, I'm basic to all this. I don't even know.
Okay,
It's just, curious.
okay, thank you. In additional comments card pertaining to agenda items on the city clerk.
That is it.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for your comments. We'll move forward. Our next agenda item is our public service announcement. Must also have a public service comment card completed. City clerk, at this time, do we have any public service announcement comments card completed?
No, sir, we have no PSAs.
Okay. I'll just go ahead.
I'm sorry,
Okay.
I did miss one. Mr. Robert Lambert. He had a comment card for the agenda item.
Okay, great.
Anyhow, actually, I would like to take this opportunity to compliment Chandler's comments earlier. I couldn't agree more. Again, I've never been on social media. I'm not on Facebook. And as far as Ms. Wilson's concerned, I'd like to reassure her, the community, and the commission that that is state property. It is mandated that that always be open to the public. So, of course, it will be. It's certainly our intention, should we have the lease, that it will be completely open to the public. And the pier, the fishing pier, will be open as it always has been to the public. Other than that, as you know, it was a little over 2 years ago that the mayor and I signed the lease right there on that corner. And hopefully, over the last 2 years, you guys have had appropriate opportunity to review it. And so far, we haven't heard any changes, and we'd like to go forward with that lease and get this place open sooner rather than later, because it has been a long 3-year drawn-out process. But, you know, we're delighted to work with Chandler and try and get this thing open. Thank you.
Thank you. And City Commissioner Everett, I kind of saw you in my vision there. I think you was trying to make a comment.
Oh,
if
no,
you
I'm
like.
just adjusting my posture.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Can I make a public announcement? Okay, the 6th annual Trunk and Treat is Thursday, October 31st, and it's going to be right here at the Parks and Rec. And so bring your kids out. They need cars. You can contact them at 561-924-9224. And you can just fill out the form and fill your trunk up with something interesting for the kids and bring them out all dressed up and have a wonderful evening, a nice, safe Halloween.
Okay, and I guess I'll make a public service announcement also. The Palm Beach County Sheriff's Office is hosting an annual night out against crime. It's going to be held Thursday, October the 24th at 5 p.m. at Pioneer Park in Belglade. Just asking the entire community. This is a Glade regional event, some great entertainments. Most of the sheriff will be there. You get to know them and speak with them. There'll be some speakers there. It's just a good opportunity to try to work with the sheriff department in our community to combat crime in our community. And it's just a family atmosphere and a family gathering of our community. So we're just encouraging you, if you're not busy, to come out on that night and participate in this annual program. Okay, now we'll move to our next agenda item, which is the approval of the minutes. We're going to take all our minutes at one time unless there is some objection and some that want to pull a particular item out. The Following minutes will be open for approval. The August the 27th, 2019 regular scheduled commission meeting minutes, the September the 10th, 2019 special meeting minutes, the September the 10th, 2019 regular scheduled commission meeting minutes, the September the 24th, 2019 special meeting minutes, and the September 24th, 2019 regular scheduled commission meeting minutes. City Commission, having heard those minutes presented, what's your pleasure?
I'd like to make a motion to approve, approval of the minutes announced. You want me to repeat those? I'd like to make a motion to move August 27, 2019, September 10th, September 10th, and also September 24th, 2019, approval minutes.
Thank you, ma'am.
I'll second.
Thank you, ma'am. It has been moved by Commissioner Hill and properly seconded by Vice Mayor Mervin for the approval of the various minutes as outlined it by the mayor. Call for question. Hearing none, are you ready for vote? Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Commissioner Hill?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Mervin? Vice Mayor Mervin?
Yes.
Commissioner Boland?
Yes.
Commissioner Everett?
Yes.
Mayor Babbitt?
Yes. Thank you, Madam Clerk. Thank you, Commissioners. The various minutes was approved by unanimous vote. Now we'll move to our consent agenda. We don't have any consent agenda items. We don't have any ordinance, no resolutions. We now have a public hearing on ordinance 2019-02. At this time, I'll have the city attorney read this into the minutes.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, this is the second reading of ordinance 2019-02. It's an ordinance of the City Commission of the City of Pahokee, Florida, repealing and replacing Article 2, Section 2-26, entitled Rules of Procedure, renumbering and reordering Article 2-27 through Article 2-30, expanding established rules and procedures for City Commission meetings, providing for compensation procedures for requesting information and reporting citizen complaints, providing for public records, definition, designating the city clerk as the custodian of records, providing for inspection of public records, establishing prohibition against removing and withholding records from custodian, providing for public hearings, providing for indemnification of municipal officials, establishing interest and administrative fees on city services, providing for settlement of claims, establishing settlement of claims procedures, providing for severability, providing for an effective date.
Thank you, Madam City Attorney. At this time, before we get into our deliberation, I'm going to open this up, this ordinance 2019-02, for public hearing to allow the public to comment on this ordinance if they so choose. Public hearing is open. Are there anyone in the audience who wish to address this particular ordinance?
Bobby Colvin, 3096 Bacon Point Road. The last time I spoke about this ordinance, I described it as evil and received a degree of mocking. That's fine. I am convinced that the city manager and city attorney had evil intentions in putting forth this document. I believe they are trying to protect themselves and members of the commission when charges are filed. The city attorney interpreted the documents as not protecting criminal activity, but some have said that that interpretation is not so clear. In any event, the ordinance places no cap on the expenses, and that could leave the city liable for hundreds of thousands of dollars or more. How do you define reasonable attorney fees? If someone decided they wanted to get a lawyer on the national level, I'm sure their fees are far above what any local attorneys would be. Those things are not addressed, and it could hurt the city. In other areas, the threat of silencing commissioners and citizens is also very real in the document. Freedom of speech is a precious right that should not be abolished by ill-meaning hirelings, and this ordinance needs to be rejected. Thank you for listening. May God bless Pahokee.
Thank you. Are there any other? Yes.
1548 Secretary Avenue. I just have a question because I was at the meeting last week when they, because I heard about it. I had not heard it, but I heard it when she read it at the meeting last week. Maybe I missed something. Can I ask the attorney to reread, because I thought I heard that the citizens will be able to still make comments at the beginning. So maybe I'm missing the part where it says that the citizens are being silenced, because I want to make sure. But I thought I heard that the citizens will get a chance to speak at the beginning of the meeting on whatever they want to, so that they don't have to stay for the whole meeting if they choose not to. So can you clarify that up for me to make sure?
You're correct. The citizen will continue to have an opportunity to speak before this commission. It gives them even more leverage. Our previous agenda allows for citizen comments on agenda items only at the beginning, but your regular general comments come towards the end.
Right.
Now you're allowed to speak whether it's an agenda item or a normal regular comment. So you don't have to stay for the commission meeting if you don't want to. You certainly are welcome, and we encourage that. But for those who want to come and make a comment to this commission, it gives them an opportunity right at the top of the agenda to be able to address that. Nothing has changed. The time has not been reduced. They still have their 3 minutes.
Okay.
So that particular item, I'm not sure what's the controversy there in that at all. That particular item.
Okay, and another, because I'm listening as I, hear him speak. Now, about the attorney fees, can someone explain that to me? Because maybe I missed, because I had heard all these about this ordinance, and I came to hear for myself last week, and maybe I missed something, because I thought the ordinance was putting in place what we're already doing so that we can have some order. Just make sure that I'm clear on this.
You're clear on that also, but speaking about the lawsuits, it's already in our ordinance that legal representation can and will be provided to staff or city commission, and it's depending on the charges. If you go out there and murder somebody, we're not going to be defending you. If you even do sexual harassment and it's clearly sexual harassment, but if it's just a allegation and it's in the confines of your duties as a city commission or staff, you do have an opportunity for legal representative there. We always had that there. I think what the city attorney has done is just trying to clarify some things that we're already doing, some things that we can do a little better to help move our organization in a more efficient manner.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm Rebecca Bush, 1548 East Main Street. I'm like Sanquetta Cowan. I'm trying to understand. So can I address a question to the city attorney about this, or does it have to be everyone? Hypothetical situation. God forbid one or all of you are found guilty of some incident of malfeasance or misfeasance or nonfeasance, and you literally, because of that, are removed from the commission. In that situation, would this ordinance provide for the payment of your legal fees?
I can answer that. No, it would not. There's a process for that, and if it's determined that it's outside the scope of what would have been normal performance of duties as a city commissioner, it would not.
But I'm referring to things that would be considered under the normal duties.
Well, if it's misfeasance or malfeasance or some criminal activity, that's not normal duties.
Give another example. That's it. I think that's it.
You mean another hypothetical?
Yeah,
example?
hypothetically speaking. Another
I don't know.
example.
I don't know how else to make it any clearer.
Well, I think it's self-explanatory if we do something criminal.
No, not criminal. It's not necessarily
well,
criminal.
or even malfeasance. I mean, that's outside of our job. I mean, you won't get covered.
Let's say, all right, here's another
You
hypothetical.
can use my example.
Okay, let's say that someone brings suit because some little kid falls from, I don't know, 10 or 12 feet high in the old hospital. And you all get sued for that. And, I mean, all of your legal fees are paid in that situation?
Yes, why?
Yeah.
Would it have been previous to this ordinance?
With a city attorney, with a situation like that, that's just why we have liability insurance. Our liability insurance attorneys take over and protect the city and defend the city in such an incident as that.
Okay.
But I think she's trying to make a point. That's why she's asking.
Well, to me, I read it a couple of times, but it's, you know, it's not real clear in some places as to, it seemed to me like at one point, and I don't have it in front of me, at one point it said something about personal expenses. Is there not a place in there where your personal legal expenses, and then further down in a subparagraph, on upper it says it's city duties, and then when you go down it says personal. And I would urge you to vote against anything that puts the city on the hook for your personal legal foibles. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Juan Gonzalez at 691 East 7th Street. I apologize, it was on the wrong section. I think they're referring to section 13 about the lawsuit. That was another thing, one of the issues I want to ask about, because if you can, let's say, for example, any city official gets pulled over for DUI, we're going to pay for that? Or anything a city official does anything corrupt, are we going to pay for that?
No, there's a provision in
there's
here.
a lot of open questions on this page,
Right.
like they have asked, and it's really not unclear, because basically it says you're covering everything, and it's in plain English. You can cover everything. That's one thing. And another thing I would like to ask, I saw the video about the previous attorney. That raised my eyebrow a lot. And I want to ask, how did it come about the city attorney Weeks was in the audience on April the 23rd? If she was called by Vice Mayor Mervin, how did Vice Mayor Mervin...
Excuse me, sir. Is that pertaining to the ordinance you're referring to now?
No, that's something I don't say.
That's, we're talking, we have a public hearing on ordinance 2019-02.
Okay, so
That's what we should be discussing.
I'm sorry, like I said, it's my first time here.
Okay,
When
okay.
may I ask this question? Because I really want answers to this.
You can ask that question whether you get an answer or not on the regular comments of the citizens.
Okay, so it was vice versa.
Right.
Okay, I
Yes, sir.
apologize on that.
Yes, sir.
So other than that is this. Thank you
Yes,
for your time, and I
yes.
apologize for this.
No problem. Thank you. Any other comments?
Mr. Mayor, can we, since it's near and dear to some individuals in our community, can they identify, because it is an extensive document, can they identify the line instead of just, point us to paragraph, sentence? Because what I read and what you may read, it might be, up for interpretation, and maybe that'll help us instead of just trying to pull out, examples out of thin air of, what would be covered or not covered. So could we ask for that to happen, because I like, section 13, second paragraph, something like that, probably make this conversation a little bit more productive, because what we're doing now is non-productive in my opinion.
Okay.
Joanne Culberson, 1621 East Main Street. Whenever Felicia and had all that with Perez and we were sued, she had all that mess. Did the city pay for that? And I remember Gary sitting right there and could not represent her. She had to get her own attorney. So with all this change, is that going to be different now? I mean, she went through that at that last election. And she had to get her own attorney, pay her own fees and everything. So now we're going to come and do it all?
Yeah, the reason for that was because it was a more of a personal suit. It wasn't in the performance of a job.
Well, what does it take y'all to do to get her, for all of us taxpayers to pay for what y'all do? Name me one thing that will be paid for because y'all did something wrong. Name me one thing that you might do wrong that we're going to pay for it. Because what happened with Felicia, that's crazy. That's the biggest change in all that I see that's going the wrong way. Because that cost Felicia a fortune. And she had to get an attorney, and our attorney couldn't represent her. And with stuff going down, it's going to happen.
So, Attorney, if you just briefly give an example of an item that would be covered as far as the staff or commission concerned.
Sure. Let's say there was...
Please, audience.
Let's say you're walking outside of the door here, and somebody's finger, a commission is closing the door, and somebody's finger is, closed in the door, and that person sues the city of Pahokee. They sue that commissioner individually. That will be paid. In terms of what won't be paid, which is what I'm hearing, people want to know what will not be paid. There is, at any time, it shall appear that the controversy has no connection with the official's duties. Those are the kind of things that won't be paid. The commission can require an investigation. And now what you can do is we can make that somebody's responsibility, like to make that determination rather than having because what this ordinance does, it requires that it's an investigation and a report is done, and that you all then refuse to proceed with indemnifying that commissioner. But there's a procedure that has to be followed. So when I'm hearing from the audience, from some of the people speaking, maybe they have a concern about whether, maybe that condition needs to be removed in terms of maybe what you can do is have some kind of immediate determination or I won't want to be that person, but if somebody were to make the determination, this does not have anything to do with the city, whether it's the manager or whatever, but what we thought we'd do, and this is what you see in a lot of rules of procedure ordinances just like this, is the same language. It hasn't presented to my knowledge to be an issue, but I can, I'm hearing what's being said, and perhaps to short circuit the determination that you all would have to make about a colleague, maybe you could, you can make things specific, like if it's a crime, it's not a lawsuit. And so what some people were mentioning, like things that have to involve the state attorney's office or something like that, that's not a lawsuit. So under those cases, it's just a state attorney prosecuting the issue, and it's, it has nothing to do with a lawsuit. But if it has something to do with the person's official position and their duties, then those kind of things, if they're sued, would be covered. Now, if you tell me specific things that you're worried about, I can craft language that can address those specific things. But right now, it really is kind of, benign in the sense that it's just intended to address. I didn't see where, and maybe there's a resolution that I wouldn't know everything that's been passed unless it's on Municode. But from the things that I saw that were ordinances and had been codified, I didn't see where that was specifically addressed. And so I know that, sometimes so that you don't get in situations where at the last hour, one of you is not covered. you probably want to have something in black and white. But if you think it goes too far, we can certainly, we could put caps on it. Somebody mentioned something about a limit. How do you know how much are you paying? Maybe you can say up to, some amount of money if the city wanted to do that. There's a lot of things you can do, but if I hear the concerns of the commission, if there are any, I can certainly craft language to address those issues.
So does it matter if that person sues? Would it make a difference if they say that they're suing the commissioner personally? Because I think that also had a... Yeah,
it can, but keep in mind that if somebody sues personally, there are things that you can do immediately to get it dismissed because that, it's not involving their office. And then you can also go after that person for fees and costs and everything else because they would know that it's a frivolous suit, and there are things that just automatically will protect right now without this ordinance being passed, because you can get those things typically dismissed. But if it were something else that were not so clear, then like most cities, you're entitled to, or I think you should be entitled to, a defense that will be provided for if you're doing what you're supposed to be doing and just going about your business as a commissioner and operating properly. Yes, sir.
Yes, it was mentioned about Commissioner Hill being sued concerning the election and a spending of a fortune. Was that a suit that went through? I mean,
yes. That's why
and,
I was
and the decision was determined.
No, the city attorney wasn't able to represent me because they filed against me personally.
Yeah, but what I'm saying was a judgment made during the case?
Yes, everything was thrown out. It was in my favor. It was thrown out.
Thrown out?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Did you go after them?
No, I was tired.
So you didn't recoup any fee?
But she could have. If she won, she could have gone against.
I was tired. But it's still not late to do so, but I was tired. Yeah.
God bless you.
Thank you.
Again, Commissioner, while we deliberate these items, anything we feel that we're not comfortable with, if we want to try to remove it or change it, we can. The city attorney have expressed several times, this is a ordinance that is up to the commission, how much meat you want to put on it or how lean you want to have it. So if an item dealing with lawsuit, if we feel that we shouldn't or not entitled to proper legal representation, if you want to remove it out, we can. If you want to have it remain in there, it can also be that way too. So just keep in mind that there are some things you want to take out that's noted and make a recommendation on it.
And can I ask colleagues, can we state section and point us to the line of concern so I can read it along with me? Because I'm like one of the residents. I'm kind of at a loss with some of this. I think we're making a mountain out of a molehill. Now I do want to go on the record. I don't want any fee. I don't intend to do anything wrong, and I don't want the city to be paying for anything personal. Although I've been accused of personal things on jobs and stuff, which is fallacious comments being made. But I wouldn't want the city to pay for anything for me personally. I didn't grow up on welfare, and I'm not throwing that out at nobody, but I work hard, and I pay, like Mrs. Hill, I pay my lawyer, but I'm going to go after fees if they sue me unjustly. But can we point to the section of concern? I related to it.
Wayne Boland, 366 South Barfield Highway, Pahokee. I guess I didn't articulate what I meant to say. I have high blood pressure right now, but I'm telling you, what, I think it's illegal. I didn't know we were going to get to ask questions to the actual person that, you know, creator of this problem you guys have. But isn't it changing the charter? And last time you answered, I'm directing my question to you, it's an expansion on the charter. But isn't expanding or taken away, isn't that changing something? Are you going to give us
through the mayor?
talk?
I'm not familiar with what you're talking about, the expansion on the charter. I never said that in the last meeting or this meeting.
Well, aren't you trying to expand on the charter?
No.
You aren't even talking about the charter.
I didn't talk about the charter at all.
I asked that question, and we can look it up on YouTube, I'm sure. And why do you think I said expansion? You're of observation, and then you're going to change, you know, because we need change. Why do we need change? Just to shut my wife up? I've lived with her 50 years. You ain't going to shut her up.
There you go.
But anyway, I think it's illegal, and I think if you try to do something illegal and you're coercing other people to do it, then you're talking about other problems too. My opinion.
Sharon Colvin, 3096 Bacon Point Road. For those that don't have a ordinance to be able to read, and Benny, on number 6, there's nothing on there as far as telling pages. That's one thing as far as legal pages are usually numbered.
Section.
There is no section. It's the first, second, about the third page with number 6. It says a member of the city commission may not reintroduce any discussion item that has failed due to lack of second for at least 3 months after the motion failed. So if anything comes before the commission, it's voted down, no one can voice anything on that for 3 months. Also, section 13, which...
Hold on, excuse me. Where are you reading that again, please?
Number 6.
Under what section?
Well, Benny, there's no number on the pages.
I'm not saying...
And it's
I'm
about
not
the
saying
second or
number
third pages.
I'm saying section.
Section 1,
Thank
I
you.
guess.
Okay, thank you. Now we're singing on the same thing.
Number
Okay.
6.
Okay, all right.
So, you know, that limits what people can say. That limits the commissioners from bringing anything back up if they wanted to bring it up.
Okay, section 6, it says a member of the city commission may not reintroduce any discussion item that has failed due to lack of second or at least 3 months after motion failed. I don't have a Robert's Rules of Procedure book here. Isn't that a Robert's Rules of Order procedure when a motion fails or when there is no second?
Through the mayor, I'm not sure if the 3-month issue is stated specifically in Robert's Rules, but I can tell you that it's not unusual to see this, because what it does and what the intent behind it is, if there wasn't a consensus to bring or to move the issue forward, it inhibits the proper conduct of business if you have the issue, especially if it's a contentious issue, come up over and over again, even though it has failed because it lacked a second. Now, it does have an exception here, and if it is either an emergency or the public business, whatever that may require, and that's in the commission's discretion, requires reconsideration of the item, then the commission, commissioner who voted on the prevailing side of the prior vote introduces the discussion item and can be reconsidered. Now, that part is Robert's Rules.
Okay, can I ask a question here, because I'm confused by this myself? Since the sunshine rules, sunshine law says that we can't discuss anything we might vote on, if, let's say...
This has nothing to do with sunshine.
Please, let me finish. Okay, if we can't discuss anything before we get here, and somebody makes a motion, let's say I make a motion or somebody else makes a motion, and we've never heard anything about it, and we're not sure if that's something we would want to have a motion on or not, but we might want to go home and do some research on it and see, and then maybe bring it back next week or the next meeting and say, okay, I did my research and now I think that's probably a pretty good idea. But now this says for 3 months we can't do that?
Right. The nice thing about these rules is it actually gives the city manager and his staff an opportunity to research things before, because what it would require is that for future agenda items, somebody would bring it up, and if you have the requisite majority vote of the commission in order for it to go forward and to be researched, then it's researched and it's brought back, and you have an opportunity to come back and make your case and bring forth the item. There may be some items that may not get a second.
But he decides, the city manager decides what goes on the agenda,
no,
correct?
The city manager would not decide. You all decide in a public meeting. You have as stated in the ordinance, you have a section on the agenda where you bring forth future agenda items. Let's say you want to talk about the marina and some issue regarding the marina on the next agenda. You bring it up as a future agenda item underneath your opportunity, and then if you get 2 other people on the commission who agree with you that ought to be discussed, and that comes up. If it's an issue that just comes out of the blue and you bring up and nobody knows what you're talking about, and maybe nobody wants to talk about it or support that item, and it fails, you can't bring the item up for at least another 3 months. Now, it's within the commission's discretion as to how you want to deal with it. You may choose to take this out completely, but what it does is it helps keep order in the sense of you don't have contentious issues if you don't have a second. If you don't have a second, you have no support, nobody supporting you to bring forth an item, then, it's not the kind of thing that is seen as just a way to conduct business and to have it come up over and over again.
It doesn't prevent another commissioner from bringing it up. It just prevents that particular commissioner because there wasn't a second. Say, for instance, if you brought up an item and it didn't get a second, at the next commission meeting, if I thought about it and pondered over that and said, you know what, that really wasn't a bad idea, I could bring it up and it still could be moved forward. Again, these things can be adjusted. If we think that 90 days is too long to prevent a commissioner from reintroducing something that they want on the discussion, we can reduce it to maybe 30 days. If you brought up an item, you didn't get a second. But I guess, to my understanding, what's trying to be prevented here, a controversial item that none of the other commissioners may not be interested in, and the commission continue to bring it up meeting after meeting. But I think if you get support, if another commissioner bring it up, or if we limit the time it takes for you to reintroduce that bill. Right now, this ordinance saying 90 days, we can reduce it to a month and a half or 30 days. But I think it's a purpose behind it that would keep us moving forward without having a stalemate in commission and bringing up something meeting after meeting. I don't see it being a problem in the past, but it could seriously be a problem.
Yeah, I don't see a problem if a commissioner thinks it's important enough to bring up another time. I don't see why they don't have the opportunity to do that. They may have had 50 people or 100 people that talked to them and said, this is important to me. So I think we're elected to do what people are asking us to do. So if that's what they want us to do, then whether we have the support up here or not, we still need to bring the issue up and make it known that this is an issue. So by you're limiting somebody to saying, okay, well, we don't want to hear it, we heard it once and that's enough and we need to move on, I think you're not allowing us to do the job that we were elected to do.
Okay, if the commission agree with that statement or want to modify that, we certainly can. If someone put it up for a motion saying let's strike that out and move forward as far as the vote, we can do that.
I make a motion we strike it all. I'm sorry, I'm being facetious.
Also, my big concern is, Benny, on section 13, B, number 1. And it says, whenever in the performance of or in the connection with the performance of official duties in behalf of the city, an official has been involved or shall hereafter be involved in a dispute, proceeding, or litigation, either in a representative or personal capacity, with or without the city as a co-party in the matter, the city shall promptly identify such official. The city shall promptly preserve, protect, defend, aid, and assist said official, and exonerate, and identify and hold harmless said official from and against any and all expenses, liabilities, claims, demands, proceedings, damages, losses, charges, advances, disbursements, payments, proceedings, damage, including losses, including reasonable counsel fees, awards, settlements, judgments, decrees, and mandates paid, incurred by, or imposed upon said official in all disputes, proceedings, trials, and appeals by reason of said official being or having been a city official, even though he is no longer an official at the time the expenses are incurred, or the claims are not made against him. The protection herein guaranteed shall exist during and after the term of office or employment for liabilities incurred during the term of office or employment. Now, with me reading that,
Excuse me.
as a citizen,
Time is up. We're going to allow her, if she would like, to kind of respond to that, but
Yeah.
3 minutes is up.
Yeah, and you read the last part that I was going to respond to. So it's during, if someone is no longer in office because they didn't run, but they were sued during the time that they were in office, it's not, this ordinance is not intended to have that person not be protected if they were doing their city business at the time. Now, if you're not in office anymore, obviously this doesn't address, if the issue comes up and you happen to no longer be a city commissioner, then it wouldn't apply to that person.
but explain
That's
to
not what
me
it
how
says.
this would not bankrupt the city.
Okay, I can't explain to you that, but that's certainly something that the commissioners can take into consideration. Again, I mentioned
And
earlier.
there's no cap on it.
I addressed that earlier.
I'm confused, okay, because I agree with Ms. Colvin. It doesn't say what you said. It says whether they're in office during the term or after.
Yeah, when she read the last part, it's intended to mean.
It's a lot of echoes.
That as long as it has, and she read that part too at the very end, it's intended to address the issues that are created or that existed while in office. Now, keep in mind, you all can take this out completely. This is just, I'm just trying to make it, I'm trying to make this consistent with what other cities have, right? So if you don't want to be protected, you don't want this, your residents are concerned about it, don't do it. Don't, just strike the part dealing with, protection for you. You can do that.
Okay, then I have one more question about what this paragraph that she's talking about, where it says that we'll get expense, we have to pay for you or whoever defends them for expenses and costs.
That the city would normally do that, and again, you can have a cap or you cannot do it at all.
Okay, but if you defend us, we don't pay expenses and costs, correct?
Well,
because you're on salary.
I wouldn't. If it's personally, most likely I would not. If it's something that you're doing in office, but if it's something somebody sues you about and it doesn't appear, I think what we probably should do is have you all, if you're concerned about it, have you all remove that provision. If you're concerned about it, because it probably will create more problems later than if something comes up, and maybe you can just deal with it as it comes up. If you have an issue where you're sued, maybe you deal with it then.
Mr. Kirk.
Yes, Mayor, real quick. I do think that we spend a whole lot of time on something that you guys should have already read. I also think that when a commissioner such as yourself get here and you ask questions over and over again, Ms. Bowles, which you should have read, and if you did not have understanding of it, you could have contacted the city attorney here. And then you ask the same question over and over again. And Mayor, the city attorney has said to this commission more than once that if you all don't like the language that's in here, we could change it. So if this community working together, not to fit any one person, but if you're not working together for the betterment of the city, that's the decision that we've got to make. And you guys come together, make the decision, present it to this city. If it's not good for this city, let's take it out. She has said that 30 minutes ago, and we're still entertaining the same questions. And then you have Mr. Bowler come up here and talk about, I'm addressing to you. Who is she? She's the city attorney. See, this is our problem here in our community. See, we don't want to address and respect those that have authority. Because you have been an authority all your life. But we haven't. And we're asking for the same amount of respect that you should give to her. Her name is, I'm not addressing this to you. That's not her name.
He's not talking about the
And we need to stop that. We need to stop that. If we're going to come together as a unit, we've got to work on the same page. This is something that evidently that this community disagrees. Well, you call it whatever you want to call it, but I know it's right. Don't tell me what. I'm still saying that's what we need to do.
We have
as a unit. And I still have a minute.
Look, we have a person speaking. Allow him to speak. Whether I'm talking to the audience. Whether we agree or disagree, he has the floor, and we have to give him that respect.
And that's all I'm saying, Mayor, is that the city attorney has said over and over, this is something that we need to revisit. Once we revisit, we come back out, we're ready to go. But when a person constantly keeps asking the same question, she hasn't even read it. I guess she's just reading it today. Ms. Bowler's just reading it. So I'm just simply saying we need to be more prepared.
Sir, I read it many times.
We need to be more prepared when we come to this diocese. We need to be more prepared when we come in here and talk about things, and not a commissioner keep asking the same question because she has not read it. And I'm talking about Ms. Bowler. Having it and reading it is two different things.
I have read it, sir. Thank you.
Ms. Joanne, you cannot burst out like that. If you disagree, you disagree, but silently do it. Give everyone the respect their due.
Well, Mr. Mayor.
Ma'am, you're out of order. We cannot continue with outbursts.
Hey, Daniel Holmes II. I live at 173 South Green Star Avenue, Pahokee, Florida 33476. I just wanted to suggest or bring to y'all's attention that our last city manager, Mr. Moore, is a perfect example of why we need a cap on this lawsuit thing. Because ain't no telling, we got into it last time with him. We lost a lot of money with him, dealing with sexual harassment and such things, and learn from our past mistakes. That's all I got to say.
Well, Mr. Mayor, let me say this, and I'm only one person. I don't want the city to pay a dime for me. I don't even intend to get in trouble. But if it be the case, because I don't want to be here an hour talking about this section, the same thing. So personal, I'm going on the record. I didn't ask the city attorney for this. I didn't ask you for this, Mayor. I don't want the city to pay a penny for me with regards to personal or even with regard to the city. Just take it out.
Okay, if at this point I'll entertain a motion to remove that item.
I said it for me on record. Mayor, before you entertain motion, you have to close the public comment.
Okay.
Okay, but I have other questions about other sections. So, are we going to do it all at once, or
was there?
Okay. What we're going to do at this time, ask, are there any other comments from the public? If there are none, I'm going to close the public. Ma'am, you don't need to come in you don't need to come in that way. You're out of order when you do that. But you're making a scene when you come in that way. Thank you. All right, if you need to speak, I'll allow you to that opportunity.
My name is Mrs. Latresa Jones. My husband and I are residents of Pahokee. We live here. We came to a community. I've come to 2 meetings. The first time I came about the stop signs in our community being yellow. That means they've been neglected for years to be yellow, because yellow is part of the makeup of red. Now, and when I come here again to see, we live on a Constitution. This is what this is set by, and this is my turn to speak. And I get about, what, 2 minutes? Oh, okay.
I'm going to interrupt you just 1 second,
Yes,
if I could. Are you speaking on...
I get 2 more minutes
Yes, you can.
interrupted me.
Are you speaking on Resolution 2019-44? That's the only thing that's open for public comments at this time. You will be an opportunity to speak on any other subject
Later on this
Yes,
evening?
ma'am.
No, I don't want to be here that late because I have a lot of things to do, just like a lot of other people.
Okay.
So I appreciate this as well, but like I say, all eyes are on us.
Thank you,
And
ma'am.
I'm Latresa Jones.
Okay. Having heard all the public comments that was desired, I would now close the public hearing on Resolution 2019-44 and entertain a motion for its adoption or rejection. During the deliberation, if there's any sections in here that commissioners desire to remove, you can make a motion during that time to have that item deleted and removed. If you want to adjust a certain language in a certain section, you can do that at that time also. So before we can go on to do any deliberation, we need a motion and a second on this ordinance. Again, if we don't get a motion, this ordinance will fail for lack of a motion to move forward.
Mayor Bell, I'd like to make a motion to accept ordinance 2019-02.
That's,
Second.
It has been moved by Vice Mayor Mervin and properly seconded by Commissioner Everett for the moving of, when I say moving forward of ordinance 2019-02. Call for questions.
I have some. Okay, on section 1, paragraph 2, I guess it is, number D, it says the city commission shall not individually act without the support of the city commission. What does that mean by support?
Section 1, paragraph 2, you said?
Paragraph 2, number D, or letter D.
Okay. It's intended to mean that a commissioner, and I think you asked the question at the last meeting, can't operate as an individual on behalf of the city without authority of the city. So you can't say that the city is going to do something that the city hasn't agreed to do through a majority vote of the commission.
Okay, and under the agenda, it says the city commission shall agree by majority, I'm sorry, down in section C. The city commissioners shall agree by majority vote on items to be placed on commission agenda. Decisions regarding the placement of agenda item may be made by the commission no later than the meeting immediately preceding the placement of the item to be discussed and voted upon. A portion of the regular commission agenda shall be set aside for discussion of future agenda items. So that's what you were talking
Yes,
about,
ma'am.
that's what you were mentioning earlier?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right. And then below that, it says city manager and city attorney may agenda an item for discussion and vote without city consideration. Does that mean the city manager and the city attorney vote, or that means?
It means either. I typically won't bring items, but the manager does every commission meeting, and so that's
Okay, but you all are not getting a vote with that?
No, we don't. We wouldn't normally do that. No city
Okay, I'm
would
just
do it.
asking,
No.
so, yeah, because I read it, and I was like, okay. Under number 2, and like Ms. Colvin said, there's no page numbers here, so it's kind of confusing. I guess it's still under the first one, but it says number 2 on the next page. Any comments or questions by the attending public shall be directed to the mayor or presiding officer. Members of the city commission shall direct all comments and questions on the subject matter being discussed to the mayor. And no cross conversations with other members of the public or any direct questions to members of the city commission or to the public. So how do we have discussion?
That's what happens now. You direct the issues to the mayor. So in other words, you wouldn't. That's basically what happens. That's Robert's rules. When people come and they ask questions from the podium, for instance, it should be directed to the mayor. And then when you all talk with each other on the dais, it's really through the presiding officer that you go, Mr. Mayor, and then you're asking for your turn in line. Some cities have different devices that they use so that the mayor knows what person asks next. But here, you would get the mayor's attention and you do it through the mayor. So it's just standard Robert's Rules of Procedure.
Okay. And then under, and God, I hate this thing. I wish you'd have put some numbers on the bottom of the pages. The next page, time of meetings, it says that the meeting shall begin at 6:30 and end no later than 9 p.m. And any items remaining on the agenda shall be placed under old business for the next commission agenda. Well, if we don't get them finished by 9 o'clock and we move them to the next meeting, isn't that just going to make the next meeting back up to the next meeting, make it back up to the next meeting?
Well,
wouldn't it just pile up?
Typically, that's not what happens. I think you would put forth the items that are most important, and you would move through your agenda. And the idea is that if you start at 6:30 with your commission meeting, and you go to 9, you have 3.5 hours. I think that you could probably structure your meeting so that you could be out by 9. What typically, so anyway, I think you can structure your meeting so that you can be out by 9.
And what happens if we're in the middle of something and 9 o'clock strikes? Do we stop?
This you read what addresses it. It would go on to the next meeting.
No, like if we're in the middle of a discussion or what?
This discussion would stop, but I'm assuming you would know that as you're leading up to it, and you probably organize your meeting so that you wouldn't be in the middle of a discussion like that.
Okay, and then on the next page, right now it's under B, manner of addressing the commission. They have to sign in now, and it's like 15 minutes after the meeting starts. We still accept their comment cards.
What section are you under, Commissioner?
I'm on the next page.
Under section.
It's, yeah, it's.
What section is it under?
I don't know. I got to back up. No, it's.
Is it order of business?
Under the same thing.
You're talking about 6:35.
Yeah, I'm still on the other one.
Yes, I saw paragraph, manner of addressing the commission.
Yes, well, it says at the top.
Okay.
Okay.
I see it.
So right now, they have 15 minutes to hand in their comment cards, but this only gives them 5 minutes to hand in their comment cards. Is that correct?
So the idea is that it would be no later than 6:35. So if you started, you would, and this is kind of what, this is actually giving some grace period, because what a lot of commissions do is that if you don't sign in before the meeting starts and the clerk takes the sign-in cards, then that's it. But this gives some grace period of a period of time. So if somebody came, during your workshop, then they would be able to get their comment card in. Of course, you could make this later if you wanted to. If you wanted to make it 15 minutes, you could.
Yeah, like tonight, they didn't have any comment cards out there, so people couldn't even fill them out, and they had to keep filling it up.
There
Yeah,
were some.
yeah. But I'm saying I heard them come up and ask for more, so.
It's completely up to you all, but this does, keep in mind, you all, you do start, typically, you start your workshop, so if folks were here for the meeting, they'd be able to put their cards in.
Okay, and then further down in that paragraph, it says the city manager and the city attorney may ask the chair for permission to speak at any time, and questions regarding day-to-day operations should be directed to the city manager for an answer at a later date. What's a later date?
That could be up to you all. In other words, the idea is that you're not putting your manager, on the spot in a meeting if he's not prepared, and you have some language that would address it. But you could decide for the next meeting. You could decide later in that meeting. You could decide whatever you want. But it's to give it structure. The idea is just to give something structure, so you don't have.
To me, that gives it no structure because right now I'm asking the city manager questions. I'm not getting answers now, so I can't imagine what a later date would be.
Well, that's something that you all can address, but the idea behind this is that you would at least give the manager some opportunity to address it in a way that he's just not kind of put on the spot or saying things that may not be researched or whatever. It could be at the next city commission meeting. It could be through a lot of cities do it in writing. They will have something where the manager reports in writing at within the next whatever meeting or a couple of meetings
24
after.
hours.
I don't know about 24 hours. I haven't seen anything like that. But you could certainly, you can set whatever you think is reasonable. But I think you probably don't, you would have a better run meeting if you didn't just have your manager talking about whatever comes up and responding to whoever comes up to the microphone to ask something, and he may or may not be prepared.
Yeah, I hate to answer the citizens' questions. Under Section 2, this is all in the charter, this whole section, how much we get paid and what our reimbursements and all that kind of stuff, that's all in our charter.
I believe it's, but what I did was you have rules and procedures in ordinances online. I don't think it's your charter, but
No, it's in the charter. I have it right here.
So I folded this into the same document, so you didn't have, like, this document is supposed to be your rules of procedure, and so everything that would normally be in rules of procedure is just folded in. So since you had some language, I didn't have to reorganize it or recreate it. I just put it right into what you already had. Okay. So you'll see some language does appear again because you had it, and not to make it disjointed, it was put in one document.
Okay. Section 3 is also in our charter.
Again, same thing.
Mm-hmm. Section 4, you've got the order of business on our charter. There's no commission comments on the one you did. So are we not going to get to comment?
Oh, yes, you do. Absolutely. You have for the good of the order. And at the end of your agenda,
that says community events and feel good announcements. Yeah. If I don't feel good and I don't want to make a community announcement,
you don't have to say anything.
Those were examples.
Yeah.
But
those are examples.
Yes, I understand what good of the order is.
So the idea behind it is that you don't have a new meeting because you're at.
You saying that there was no opportunity to speak.
Yes, sir.
Bringing that section up for the good of the order.
Thank you. I think that we need to have it the same way that we have it in our charter, where it says correspondence, comments, and concerns of the city commission.
And again, I say it's not your charter; it's an ordinance that was codified.
I know.
Okay, so it's one of your ordinances.
Yeah.
But the idea behind it, again, commissioners, is that the way that it operates right now. You have, when you get to your comments, you can go into a whole nother meeting from your comments. And whether it's this manager or any other manager, it's really, not fair to your staff who needs to prepare or should be able to prepare for items that are going to come before him or her.
So basically it limits what the commission can say?
Well, you put it on as a future agenda item, so it can be prepped and prepared, and you can be ready for it, and it can be an item that can be properly vetted before it comes to you all, and you can have a productive conversation about it.
Okay, and then section 7, if a citizen, it says that all the complaints should go to the city manager. What if the complaint is about the city manager? How does that work?
Well, you could have something where if it is a complaint, you could have the city manager compile complaints and then give them to you every so often, whatever that is.
How would we know?
Well, they probably would tell you, I'm sure. If somebody complains, they'll probably come even in here or tell you about it. I sent something to the manager or whatever it is. But, you know, I'm thinking that the whole idea behind this is that everybody's operating ethically and above board.
Okay. Section 8, from what I could tell, was in the charter. Section 9 was in the charter. Section 10 basically is in the charter. And then Section 12, down at the bottom, it says that public hearings shall be held the second reading of the ordinance instead of having a public hearing on the first and the second?
No, it's always the second reading of an ordinance by law.
Okay, didn't we have a public hearing on the first reading of that ordinance last time?
No, you didn't.
No? Okay. Oh, it was on comments. Okay, my bad. Okay. Well, that's 13. We've gone that one through ad nauseum. Okay, and then what is this, this thing under, hold on, let me see. I think it's section 15, paragraph 2. If a fund is budgeted about the city manager having an additional $5,000 to pay things with, what is that?
If you have it budgeted, then whenever there's a municipal claim that can be satisfied in full and the city completely, have the city completely indemnified, the city manager is authorized to release the third party from liability upon payment in full. If the amount of the claim is more than $5,000, then it has to come before the city commission. But for things that are, you know, if it is more, basically it has to come. So you would know about it, and this is not something that you wouldn't have notice of. It's just saying that he can, you know, he can make, I guess, make the recommendation basically, and then you would have to approve it.
Okay, so up to $5,000 he just decides, or he always has to bring it to us to decide?
Up to, so this really relates to in those instances where for instance, municipal property has been damaged or municipal employees have been injured due to actions of third parties, the municipal funds have been or will be expended for property repairs or medical costs recovery. If it's less than $5,000, then the city manager can evaluate the claim and attempt to secure full reimbursement or settlement for it. So, and if it's over 5, then it has to come to you.
Okay, I guess my question is, let's say somebody got hurt in the city that worked for the city or whatever, and it wasn't more than $5,000, and he paid them. Then does that give them the right to come back and sue us, saying he said it was your fault and that's why he gave us the money? And he's not an attorney by any means.
Yeah,
and I feel like that's really kind of putting us out there.
It does say that he would consult with me, but it
consult with you, and
it also does say if it can be satisfied in full. Now you don't have to put this, and you can actually you don't even have to fund it. It's only if you fund it that this is the case. If you can decide we don't want to fund this, or you can decide I don't understand it enough and I want to delete section 15, you know. So this is just to give him some authority to deal with things, so that things that can be settled quickly can be settled without necessarily turning into a lawsuit or something like that. You're giving him some authority to handle frivolous or claims that are small in value.
Mayor, again, when we have claims against the city, I don't want any of this authority. We have liability insurance. When things of this nature happens, our liability insurance attorneys step in. They do all of the work for us. So I'm fine either way. Didn't request it. Don't.
Yes.
We have liability insurance, and we have liability attorneys that step in for all of our liability issues in this city, period. I do no negotiations on any accidents, any liability incidents in this city whatsoever. I get out the way and let our liability insurance attorneys deal with it.
We can probably move quicker on this particular item if someone make a motion to go ahead and delete that particular section.
Well, there's a lot of sections I'd like to
but I
delete.
mean, this is one we're on now. We can do that, and you can make a motion to do the same for any other.
Okay.
We're going to be here all night
But
if we
your,
don't.
your motion is still holding right now.
The clerk was just saying there is a motion on the floor for section 13. There's a motion on it. Oh, they did. Oh, no, they did.
What'd she say? I can't hear you.
Oh, yeah.
What was her statement?
The original motion is still on the floor for the
Okay,
ordinance itself.
what we can do then is amend the motion to indicate section that we would like to delete or change, and the motion still would be in effect, but it'd just be an amendment motion.
That would have to be Vice Mayor then.
No, it doesn't.
Not for somebody to amend it.
I'd like to make a motion to amend it. The motion that's on the floor of this ordinance 2019-2. I'd like to delete section 1, paragraph 2, D, section 3, or I'm sorry, 2C, section.
We need to go one section at a time so we
Okay.
clearly know what we're deleting.
Okay.
What's the first section you would like a request of deletion of?
Okay, I'd like to delete section 1,
And read what-
paragraph 2,
What is that section?
letter D, individually act without the support of the city commission. I feel like that one is too broad.
Okay. Do we have a second on that? Go to the next one you're suggesting deletion.
Yes, sir. I'd like to delete section 1, paragraph C.
Is that on the agenda issue?
Yes.
Okay. And so this would be that, should I read it out, Mr. Mayor?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
The agenda, unless otherwise set forth herein, city commissioners shall agree by majority vote on items to be placed on the commission agenda. Decisions regarding the placement of an agenda item shall be made by the city commission no later than the meeting immediately preceding the placement of the item to be discussed and voted upon. A portion of each regular city commission agenda shall be set aside for discussion of future agenda items. The city manager and the city attorney may agenda an item for discussion and vote without commission consideration if the item involves regular business and administration for smooth operations of the city.
Then a motion to delete that section. Do we have a second? Hearing none, move to the next section you'd like to have deleted or modified.
Section, I guess, 1, paragraph 2.
Point of order, Mr. Mayor.
Yes, sir.
We have read this document and we're on the second reading. We have had the city attorney read it in. And now we are delaying, filibustering this process. I'm talking to the mayor. Mayor Bass. Okay, thank you. We're in the second reading, and it appears that there is one commissioner that has a concern with a lot of parts in this particular document. I think we need to possibly table this, or we need to move to the previous question of accepting this document, because it's ridiculous sitting here after we done read this twice, after reading this twice in a formal meeting, that either we move to the previous question of accepting this document, or we table it and allow all commissioners to email the manager or the city, email the city attorney of any concerns, questionable parts, so that we come here. We're not having them, because if we're going to sit here all night on this, we should have had a workshop on this for the point of going line by line, precept by precept. So my thing is, either we move to the previous question or we table it, allow each commissioner to email the attorney of concerns, and next meeting we vote yay or nay for this document.
I think we need to table it.
Should I amend my motion?
Some clarification.
Okay.
Well, Ms. Hill, if you want to table it, either I or you can make the motion.
I'd like to make a motion to table ordinance 2019-02, so that we can email the city attorney with all concerns and questions. And once they get that back, then we can move forward.
Second.
Thank you.
And before you vote, just as a procedural issue, once you all email me the questions that you have, I'm assuming they'd probably be the same questions. We just bring it back to the next. I just tell you what they are and tell you what I got, because I wouldn't be able to make any changes with it, because it wouldn't be a public meeting. So once you email me your questions, it sort of puts you back in the same place where you are right now.
Maybe I said the wrong city attorney. Email it, write it down. We just need to table this document.
Maybe if I could just say, maybe she could, based on the discussion that we've had tonight, maybe she could bring us back a different ordinance, or this ordinance revised with some of the things that we've talked about tonight that are a concern, and then we can move forward from there.
I think,
is that possible?
I think the best way to do this is to amend the motion to have a workshop. I agree with tabling. It needs to be tabled.
It does need a workshop as well.
We need to sit down just like we was doing now, which I agree with you, Commissioner. It would take too long, but the concerns that Commissioner Bolden have, we need to see if we all agree that needs to be deleted or modified. If we do it any other way, we're going to get back to the same point we're in now.
Well, that's fine.
So we need to workshop it.
Yeah. So
the next meeting.
Yeah, we're going to have to get in here at least 5 o'clock.
Yeah, come on.
At least we'll have all the questions and concerns prepared and ready to go.
Who made that motion?
Ms. Hill and I second.
Okay, amend your motion to include a workshop at our next regular scheduled meeting prior to the meeting at 5. That'll give us
I'd like to amend the motion to table and move forward with the workshop.
Okay, so the one issue is it's been noticed for this meeting, like by publishing in the paper, and so it will be on your next agenda again, so that you don't have to republish it. But then you would have just your workshop. I just want to clarify for the clerk. You'd have your workshop at 5 on the next city commission, before the next city commission meeting, starting to address the rules of procedure, and then you'd have it on as a regular agenda item again without further notice. And publication. This is the notice, in other words, that it will be on the next agenda as a second reading again.
Okay, that's fine.
So you have to vote on it still. I'm sorry.
Okay.
So it has been moved by Commissioner Hill, properly second by Commissioner Bolden.
Commissioner Everett.
That we table this ordinance and have a workshop prior to our next regular schedule meeting at 5 p.m. to further discuss this particular item.
Now I do have to bring to your attention, I think we have a shade meeting that's supposed to be at 6:30. Okay, all right, so that should be fine. So you have until from 5 to 6:30 for your workshop, and then we have a shade meeting at 6:30. Okay.
Call for questions. Hearing none, are you ready for vote? Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Commissioner Hill,
Yes.
Commissioner Everett,
Yes.
Commissioner Boland,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Mervin,
Yes.
Mayor Bab.
Yes. Thank you, Madam Clerk. Thank you, Commissioners. Motion passes by unanimous vote. Now we'll move to proclamations, approvals. We have ratification of several proclamations. City Attorney, could you read those proclamations into the record?
Yes, sir.
She just reading the names?
Yeah, we can just read the title.
Yeah, please.
okay.
Just the title.
Okay. A proclamation recognizing Elder J.C. Fulston's tenure in the gospel industry. A proclamation recognizing Elijah James Jr.'s tenure in the gospel industry. A proclamation recognizing James H. Rhodes Jr.'s tenure in the gospel industry. A proclamation recognizing the Sensational Jubilees tenure in the gospel industry. A proclamation recognizing Bercy L. Murray Lee's tenure in the gospel industry.
Thank you, City Attorney and City Commission. Haven't had those proclamations read into the record for ratification. What's your pleasure?
Mr. Mayor, I would like to offer a motion that we accept the following, the said proclamations for our consideration.
Second.
It has been moved by Commissioner Everett and properly second by Commissioner Boland for the ratification of the various proclamations that was read into our minutes. Call for questions. Hearing none, are you ready for vote? Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Commissioner Everett,
Yes.
Commissioner Boland,
Yes.
Commissioner Hill,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Mervin,
Yes.
Mayor Bab.
Yes. Thank you, Madam Clerk. Thank you, Commissioners. The ratification of the proclamation passes by unanimous vote. Now we'll move into our presentation. The first presentation as an add-on was the Slayton construction. City Manager.
If they're here, if their representatives are here today, please come up.
How y'all doing tonight? Educational. Anyway, Mayor, County Commissioners, Mr. Chandler, and even Mr. Robert and crew, we want to say that we appreciate y'all giving us the opportunity to stand here for a few minutes. Thank you for allowing us to come down, pound some nails, make a little bit of sawdust at the marina. We're a small company, and we really appreciate that opportunity. And we look forward, hopefully, like I said, to do some other work for you. We've got a couple little pictures so that you can see the process and what's going on. And like any kind of construction, there's always that, it's never an exact science. There's still a few small little things dangling out that we're getting done. We haven't abandoned you. You go down there, you'll see all them orange shirts running around. And so we're finished tightening it up. But we just wanted to say we appreciate y'all giving us the opportunity to do that, to serve y'all. And on the side note, you got a wonderful vision and opportunity for your city, and we're glad to be a part of that.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
My pleasure as Council Mark Fonstick with NDO Engineering President for NDO. I just want to say thank you again. I've worked with these guys kind of overseeing. They've done a really good job for you guys. Before I leave, I'll present the pictures they put together, all the guys signed. They've done a really good job down there for you guys. So again, thank you. Wait a little bit, but we appreciate you guys recognizing them and us.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank
Appreciate
you.
Well, Sam, we appreciate that, but we've gotten a lot of inquiries on your project, and as far as it, pertains to what was done out there and the quality of work and the standard of what's been done out there has been questioned. That was in the last meeting. I'm sure you heard those minutes, and I'm sure you expressed some concerns about what was stated about the quality of work that was done in the projects that were out there. You might want to address that publicly so you can put a lot of this conversation to rest. Because I hate misinformation, and now that we have you in front of us, I'd certainly like to hear from you, the experts, and not the stuff out here coming in here from observation by the clean eye of non-qualified individuals.
And I appreciate it. Like I said, I work with Slayton Construction as the engineer, kind of overseeing the project, overseeing items going out there, working with Slayton, seeing items they put in. They've done a really good job. We've seen it come in and meet the standards that would be typical for the construction industry. I think they've blown away any expectation. I think we've gone through the items as the city of Pahokee laid out within the bid scope, and they've tried to exceed each one. So again, from the water, the sewer, the additional pavilions, et cetera, they've done a really good job. Again, beautification, landscaping, above and beyond what the requirements were within the scope. So again, I stay here proudly with these guys, and I think they've done a really good job for you.
Well, I've stayed away from the project intentionally because I want to see a finished project. So I'm not out there every day. I'll probably come out there once a week. But I just want to ensure that the public knows what was completed out there. Because, again, last commission meeting, someone stood at that podium and said, we did a shabby job. And Slate Construction did a shabby job. So I just want to, clarify what was shabby.
If you go down there, compared to what has been done before, it speaks to volumes for itself. And anything, if anybody was to be negative, you can pick apart anything you want. It's easy, like you said before, having your opinion, and that's exactly what it is. But evidence speaks for it. You can go walk through those things and take item by item, and you can see, what's been done and completed. So,
again, that's kind of where I stepped in as well to make sure it was done to industry standards and certified.
Well, why I got you here? I got a couple of questions.
Yes, sir. No, go ahead.
Because it was shot at me, so I got to shoot it back at the person that's here. Have you experienced any administrative delays in payment to you guys?
Honestly, no.
Okay, stop.
Freedom to speak, yeah.
Stop right there.
Okay.
Have you experienced any misinformation from this administration on your project? Were we not clear when we started and you signed that agreement and we laid out the projects that must be completed by state regulation and standards per the agreement for a subcontractor versus the state contract with the city?
The only thing that was a little foggy was that there was two sides of the coin that we were looking at. We're coming in third objective. There's two, I don't know, call forces or two objective folks here working. We're thinking that they're working together. And come to find out as we progress along, halfway through, three-quarters way through, that people had their own agenda. We had to fall back, obviously, on what the grant says, with Marcos, city manager, and that's where we finally channeled to. But we were trying to please everybody, being the peacemaker, trying to make it work for everyone. Because like I said, you got to have that unity for what you have out there. You have a great vision, but we were trying to be a part of that. And there was people with their own agenda that actually kind of hurt you, to be honest with you. I'm not trying to get political. I don't want to do that.
No, you're actually speaking the truth finally, and I appreciate that because that's what it's been. It's been a personal agenda, and the city didn't take kindly to it, and neither do you. But I want to be very clear on the record.
Yes, sir.
Today and tonight, when you go out there, if you see a project that's not complete, I need clarity on what's not complete, what's yours, and what's the time frame, and what's our next steps? Because I think we're about 90%, probably a little further than that now. Again, I haven't been out there, but you haven't been in these meetings. But just about every meeting I've been in for the last couple of weeks, it's always been told, well, things are just completely out of whack. Discourse. I can claim a couple of other words that folks who are sitting in here have said about this project, but I just want the contractor to clarify exactly what that means. Be mindful. I've toured some of these areas that are shabby and not to standard.
Here's what we have going on. You have, like I said, two opposing forces. Some people, if they don't get their way and the way they want it, they'll remove people, cause problems, get them out of the way to achieve what they want, and that's kind of sad. Being objective, we come in and we can see both sides. We're not here. We don't live here. We don't play the political game. We don't play the other side of the game. So we came in, and we can see both sides equally now. And we were thinking people were working together, which we were not, and that's kind of a sad thing. Because of what you have, the opportunity is phenomenal. But because there's different objectives and different opinions, it hurts you. And it's like I said, it's just a sad situation. I mean, if you want me to go into in depth, Maybe
Well,
we should do it at a different time.
I'd
I'll be
like to
glad
be
to share that
entertained
with you.
because this administration has taken a lot of lumps that we didn't know we were doing out there.
Well, there's an old saying: if two men can't agree, they can't walk together. That's a biblical saying.
That's right.
Here on screen. Thank you, sir. And if you're, I'm a pastor, so I'm gonna speak from the truth. Does anybody know the Book of Esther? And I'm gonna speak truth. You have a Haman in your midst.
That's right.
You have a Haman in your midst.
Haman in the midst.
You have a Haman in your midst. Okay? So, if anybody wants to know what that means, go read the Book of Esther. I think it's enough. But we would say we really appreciate it, guys. I'm willing to know.
Well,
I wanted you guys to see the
Mayor,
faces that really did the work.
Mayor,
I'm just a pretty guy sits behind the desk. So, you guys have.
Well, Mayor, why I got him here, I would like specifically like to know, but there are 2 remaining projects out there, and you've had a conversation about those. Can you provide the commission publicly a timeline so I won't get any more questions about when they're going to be done?
Here's my electrician. Sadly, we were working with one who recently passed away. He just passed away.
Oh, sorry.
Yes, sir. But if you want to go ahead and share where you're at with the building.
I have all my paperwork turned into the city. I just have to get a couple of signatures to come down tomorrow. I have it in tomorrow, turn in the permit. I don't see more than once all permits are issued, I can knock out the election in 4 days.
Okay. Now, and I know you were waiting on one part for the access gate as well.
Right here, I've got hard paving full for the gate. They want to get the gate installed, make sure how it works before they the mechanism for the opening. And it will be one of those like a few fancy things, but nowhere near $12,000.
Okay. Now, why I have you here?
Yes, sir.
We got some incomplete projects outside external of the Tiki Bar. And you know what I'm referencing?
Oh, you ready?
Okay. So we've had a conversation about those incomplete projects. What's your plan moving forward, seeing that that was not a part of your original plan?
I'm going to have a little bit of history with you. If you remember when we first started with you, this was project part 1. We came in on the tail end of this project. And we came in and we tried to, bring this thing up and finish up the big deck out back, okay? And I think we did a good job. We wanted to prove our point to you. We wanted to do good work for you, and hopefully have obviously future work. You guys give us that opportunity on the second hand. Now, with the scope of the grant, I truly believe in my heart that we have fulfilled it. We went above and beyond without that. Now, there's money that was in there because it's kind of vague when they say upgrade to the bathroom. That's it. That's all we had. So I could have put a coat of paint on it and charged you $1 million. That's silly. But we didn't do that. We're not that kind of people. So we did what we thought was best. And within that, working with other individuals, we started, making the beautifications, and things were moved, and there were different priorities set. We tried to make it all, and like I said, be the peacemakers for both parties. It sort of bit us in the end, towards the end, because, like I said, the 2 parties aren't working together. But there's some unfinished products, but most of them also, it's just cosmetics. As far as some stonework and some stuff that we want to do. We're going to do that out of our own pocket. We're going to finish that. Because that's the kind of company we are, even if we have to take it in short. So we're going to make it nice. We're going to finish it up. And like I said, with construction, it's not an exact science. You open up the hood, you think it's going to take a week, and you're like, oh my God, what did I do? And then you're looking at a month. That's just the way it is. The key thing is we don't stop. We finish, and we finish well. And so that's our goal. So yes, sir, there's a few small things out there that's on our books. And you'll see these orange shirts down there.
Commissioner, do you have any questions for this contractor concerning Phase 2?
My only question will be with the minor things that need to be completed, when would you feel would be the completion date for everything that was under the contract for Phase 2? I know the electric is saved.
The only thing, the gate is kind of out of mind of what you already heard with the electrician said. As far as finishing up the stonework, we've already rehired them to come and finish. He's charging $2,500 to finish up the stonework and, finish the beautification part of it. So we're finishing that. What I don't want to do is say, hey, 2 o'clock we're going to be done. Because when Wednesday comes around and I'm not done, I don't want you to yell at me. So I don't want to give you something that's not, just to kind of blow smoke up here, in order to make me feel good. We're doing this as fast as we can. Can I give you the exact date? I wish I could. If I could, I'd pick a lot of numbers and wouldn't be here.
So if you want to say it's December.
No, oh my goodness, no. This is my foreman, this is my right arm. I'm the guy that sits in the office in Okeechobee, so this is the guy you see running around with,
30 days, 60 days, say mayor, within 30 days, 45 days, everything would be top notch and complete.
Yeah.
What was that?
45 days.
Okay.
Let's shoot. Yeah.
And mainly that's waiting on the parts that we're supposed to get.
Mayor, if you don't mind, well, I got you here.
Yes, sir, please.
Have you tested these installations that you put in?
I've got the certification letters from everything that was installed by.
Does it work?
The only thing that wasn't tested that I'm not even sure of how that part works, because that wasn't part of ours, was the mechanical system as far as the paying. But as far as pressure check, fuel systems, and all that, water, that's all done. Bathrooms, all that stuff's done. You can flush your toilet and things will move the way they're supposed to.
Okay.
And I can give you copies of all those certification letters from the contractors that finished it up.
Mayor, our building inspector hasn't gone out there and did their final inspection to sign off that. And that's a part of this project as well. But again,
when he does go, we can walk through. We'd love to hear walk through it with him.
But the mayor did ask.
Yes, sir. No,
a timeline of what you think that would be done.
I appreciate that.
So, do you know a timeline when those?
I would say about 45 days. Well, we can do a walkthrough beforehand. In fact, we'd like to, because we'd like to find out if there's any issues to go ahead and do it. Yeah.
If you've been just those two items, or if you've been just those two items, you're going to start doing a walkthrough either this week.
Okay.
Wait to address anything else on the left.
And any one of you are more than welcome to walk out there with us. We'd actually appreciate it.
You have a card on you?
Yes, sir.
Commission, any quick questions, additional questions?
I just want to call.
Mayor, I don't know whether it's a question, but it's a comment. I did make a appointment. I went out there and I did tour the marina from the old bathrooms all the way up to the campground. And I would advise that all of our commissioners go out there and take a look. I mean, it's very, very nice out there. You'd be very impressed when you go through where the old bathrooms that were closed down almost, 12 years, if not longer. Out there, we see the renovation inside of there, to the new bathrooms, all the way down to the laundromat, to the bathrooms down on the other end. I think if you go out there, you will really see the great work that State Construction has done. I did make my appearance out there to go and do the walkthrough. So I would advise anyone that will go out, instead of just putting out information, go out there and really go look even at the new pavilion that was built on the public side. Even talking to some of the people that doesn't even live out there, for saying that they're impressed with how the marina is turning out. So I will advise to anyone that will go out there and take a tour of that marina.
Okay. Thank you, Vice Mayor.
Thank you.
Okay, great job, and looking forward to the completion. Thank you. Appreciate y'all coming out. Thank you. Next, we'll have a presentation by Habitat for Humanity. They're looking to build some homes in Pahokee. They have identified 3 properties that's owned by the city of Pahokee, and they're looking for approval from this commission after their presentation.
Mayor Babb, Vice Mayor Mervin, City Commissioners, thank you for giving us an opportunity to present tonight. I'm here to respectfully request that the City of Pahokee agree to donate and vote to donate 3 properties to Habitat for Humanity, those properties being owned by the City of Pahokee, so we can develop them for single-family homes for home ownership here in the City of Pahokee. The reason we come forward is that there's an opportunity. There was an RFP released by Palm Beach County. They have set aside $2.5 million in the RFP for the development of affordable housing in Palm Beach County. Our focus here this year and for many years to come has been development in the Glades. And we've really shifted our focus from all the development we've done in the eastern end of the county to development here in the Glades, which includes South Bay, Belglade, and of course the city of Pahokee. It's an urgent request, and the reason it's urgent is we have to have our proposal in by the 8th of November. So we're going to request that you consider it tonight and vote in favor of donating those properties. The description of the properties were provided to you in a letter that was attached to an email that I sent to each one of you individually. 2 of the properties are on Barfield Highway, and the 3rd property is on Cypress Avenue. They're identified by address in the letter and by PCN number. You know, we've built a lot of homes here in Palm Beach County over the past 33 years. We built about 240 brand new homes, and we've expanded the services we now provide to families in Palm Beach County in terms of home repair. Critical home repair for those homes where hot water heaters aren't working, roofs are leaking, no air conditioning, and we've done about 139 home repair projects. As a matter of fact, we've done one here in Pahokee now, too. So again, that's something that we would add to the construction of those 3 homes. You know, the part of the mission of Habitat is to not only build homes, but improve communities. And you don't improve a community by plopping one house down on an individual lot. You improve communities by building new homes and then improving all the homes around it on that block and the blocks adjacent to it. So we offer those services now also. We're going to request $1.1 million of the 2.5. How we're going to spend those funds are this way. We've had 9 properties donated to us by the city of Belglade. As part of this proposal, we're going to use a part of those funds to develop those 4 properties, again, for single-family homes for home ownership within the city of Belglade. We would like to use $375,000 of the 1.1 strictly here in Pahokee to build those 3 homes. We're limited to $125,000 according to the county. We can't use any more than $125,000 of those funds for each home that we develop. So with 3 homes, that would be $375,000. We also have an opportunity to build 2 homes in an opportunity zone in Boynton Beach. So those 2 will be included. However, 7 of the homes we're going to develop are here in the Glades area. We approached the city of South Bay with a proposal for them to get in on this, if you will, and to donate 5 properties to us. Unfortunately, their vote will occur after the 8th of November, so we can't include their 5 properties. But what I want you to know is our commitment is to the Glades area. We just opened up a permanent satellite office in Belglade at 1085 Main Street in Belglade. So we are here, and we plan on being here and developing homes for home ownership in all 3 of these communities. And when you look at the number of homes we've developed over the past 33 years that we've been in existence, do you know how many homes we've built in Pahokee? 3. So it's time. It's time to turn our focus to an area where affordable housing is much needed. And that's here in the Glades area, and that's here in the city of Pahokee. So again, my request tonight is that you approve the donation of those 3 properties so we can begin construction. Construction will be completed on those 2 homes and the homes sold within a 24-month period. Actually, it's going to be done well in advance of that, but that's the end of the grant period from the county. It's 24 months after it's awarded. So the question needs to be asked, what happens if we're not awarded those funds? We're still going to develop the properties. You know, we're developing a donor base that has more and more focus in the Glades than we ever seen before. The Community Foundation of Palm Beach County, Bank of America, Wells Fargo, Florida Crystals is now talking with us and saying, we are here, we hear you're going to be doing, finally somebody's going to be doing some great things in the Glades, and you've committed by opening up an office there. So again, we've got Florida Crystals' interest in this. I think it's time to start, and I'd ask the city of Pahokee to partner with Habitat in this endeavor, and let's build the first 3 of many homes that we can be building in the city of Pahokee. It's not going to be done by Habitat alone. We are partnering with another organization called Habitat Housing Solutions Incorporated. That organization is a community housing development organization that we have worked with in the past, that has extensive experience with funding through the county, and a great partner of ours. So it'll be done in partnership with them. And they'll help us in developing those properties, identifying the homeowners for those properties, qualifying those homeowners. Because again, what many people don't realize is we don't give those homes away. Those homes are sold, and they're sold with a 30-year interest-free mortgage that Habitat administers. We're also a mortgage company, which makes them very affordable. So to give you an idea of what a mortgage payment would be for a family here in Pahokee, for a brand new 4-bedroom, 2-bathroom house, probably the average mortgage payment for principal, taxes, and insurance will be somewhere about $800 a month. That's very affordable. And it's going to provide home ownership for residents here that are paying twice that amount for rent. So again, we're excited. I hope we can get you excited in supporting us in this endeavor. And I'll end it here, and I'll leave it subject to your questions.
Request for information, Mayor. City Attorney, I sit on the board for Habitat Housing Solutions. I've been absent a few meetings, but I want to ask, would that, especially with conversations about identification, and I don't want to get caught up in legality, would it be an ethic issue if I support and vote?
The way that I understand the statute, if it does not inure to your financial benefit, you would not be prohibited. But what you see a lot of times at the county commission and other cities, if you feel that it could possibly be a potential, or you have some concerns about the way that it may appear, you would be permitted to abstain, because ultimately it is your obligation to abstain if you feel that it has ethical impact. Now, the Habitat Housing Solutions, is that the same entity as Habitat for Humanity of Palm Beach County?
No, it's a separate entity with their own board.
I do not believe that you have a conflict.
Because I really want to support this, but I just want to make sure, considering previous conversations.
And while we're doing this conversation too, 2 of the homes will be located on Barfield Highway. So once that road is completed, that home value, not only for those 2 properties, but the surrounding properties, is going to go up. So this is a good way to increase our tax base in the city. These properties probably been sitting there idle. I know we occasionally try to sell them from time to time, but this is an excellent way of adding homes to our area.
Mr. Mayor, whenever we get, are we ready to entertain
make
a motion?
I was going to make the motion.
Yeah, I was going to make one too.
I want to help you out a little bit. Actually, I think South Bend will be entertaining that on the 5th of November. Just to let you know that. Just doing a little due diligence.
Okay, great.
Mayor, Commission, this is a fast-moving conversation that we've had. They were here before, and it didn't work out, unfortunately, for them on their side for funding, I believe. If I'm correct. But I'm in support of this project. It does provide an opportunity for families to have, a place to live that's affordable and standard in today's society for homes. And so we've looked at the 3 properties. I'd love to sell them and get some money off of them, but this is an opportunity that I can't pass up. So if it pleases the commission, the city's is 100% behind this project. We certainly need a motion tonight to donate these 3 properties to this entity, and then thereafter we got to come back fairly quickly and do a resolution, City Attorney, codified at a later date.
If I can,
because he's looking for approval tonight. Correct.
Yes, I am. And if I can just make one comment. One of the requirements from Palm Beach County is that I have site control of that property as I submit our proposal. Site control, they will accept a letter from the city attorney saying that the commissioners approved the donation of the properties to Habitat. That in itself would establish site control, so we can include those in the proposal.
Mr. Mayor, if I may, I would like to offer a motion that we grant the 3 properties to Habitat for Humanity and direct staff to write a letter indicating support and other language needed to expedite this process.
Second.
It has been moved by Commissioner Everett and jointly seconded by Commissioner Boland and Commissioner Hill. That, I couldn't even determine who did first, quick draw, that we donate the 3 properties to Habitat for Humanity for home development in Pahokee. Call for questions. Hearing none, are you ready for vote? Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Commissioner Everett?
Yes.
Commissioner Hill?
Yes.
Commissioner Boland?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Mervin?
Yes.
Mayor Bath?
Yes. Thank you, Madam Clerk. Thank you, Commissioners. Motion passed by unanimous vote.
Thank you, Mayor Bath. And Commissioners, I see I still have 3 minutes left on the clock.
I think they're reset.
I do, if you would permit me, I do want to make one comment. Just to give you an example, we've done quite a bit of home construction in a challenged area of West Palm Beach, and that's the North Tamarind area, which includes Coleman Park, Northwest District, and Pleasant City. Our focus initially was in Coleman Park, and we built 20 to 30 homes in that area. When we first started building, our homes were appraising, new homes were appraising at about $75,000. The most recent appraisal we've gotten in is now at $163,000. So you talk about the impact that new home construction in a concentrated area will do to property values. So again, and drawing, I think improving, I think the economic position of the city too. As we see more new homes going in, more homes for home ownership, neighborhoods improving, I think you're going to attract the type of economic development that you're looking for. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, the next presentation, if I'm not mistaken, would be the marina.
No.
I have 3.
One voice? Is that what
One.
you said?
Okay,
One
yes,
voice.
One Voice for Community, Inc. And I make a presentation, sorry. Good evening, everyone. One Voice of the People, Inc. What capital is here? We had a couple of questions. For the Palm Beach County Sheriff Office as far as some of their policies, the use of force policy.
Mr. Morrison, speak.
I can't really hear him.
Can you hear me now?
It's recording.
No, ain't no 3 minutes.
We had several concerns in reference to the local policing in our community. And we stand here tonight representing the organization One Voice of the People, Inc. Because of police activities and conduct on October the 15th, 2019, we will be forming a police review board committee in this community. This committee will be designed to review all legitimate complaints in reference to police activities and potential misconduct in the Pahokee community. First and foremost, we believe anyone in violation of the law should be given due process and arrested if that's what Florida state statute requires. However, we would like to make it clear that the citizens of our community will no longer sit or stand idle and watch aggressive police behavior in this community. We know that unprofessional conduct and inability to make a situation better off than increasing the possibilities of citizen officers being harmed. This community will not stand or sit by and see personal civil liberties or rights be violated without a proper response. We want everyone who was involved in this depressing 1950 type policing to be held accountable. We will not stand by and pretend that violation was not done at this time on October the 15th. After careful reviewing of videos of police activities, we have concluded that the officer wearing ID badge number 7583 clearly violated a young man's rights, unless the Constitution of the United States of America have changed in reference to free speech. This officer was out of line and used tactics that could easily get the resident harmed or himself harmed. So we would want everyone to realize that we would not accept tactics as though we had seen operating that particular evening. Also, we want a town hall meeting held immediately without being canceled like the previous town hall meeting was, without previous notice to let the citizen know that it would be canceled. We need a schedule tonight for a town hall meeting before we leave. The citizens of this community need some answers to questions such as this past Friday concerning the overflow of police activities in the black community and the posting of no parking signs spread out on Rotten Avenue. I understand you would say you cannot answer tonight. That's why we are demanding a town hall meeting to get some answers. Also, we would like to see more officers that reflect the population of this community. And with that being said, more officers from the Glades community to police this community. No longer will we want officers from the coast who do not want to be here and come with predetermined attitudes. Being policed by outsiders is equivalent to a forced invasion that we would not accept that would happen on October the 18th. We are demanding that we have a scheduled meeting before we leave this evening. Thank you.
Okay, commissioners, city managers, attorneys, we have heard a request of to have a town hall meeting to discuss community policing. I know one thing, it would be difficult without having the sheriff department there. So that's one of the things we have to request and work within their schedule too, because if we have it, you may be talking to the choir. We're going to need both parties involved. So we're going to look and see if there is a date that we can at least tentatively say that we will use that as our town hall meeting for discussion of our community policing and issues and concerns of the community.
Mr. Mayor, if I may, I think it would be reasonable to say within a 48, 72 hours that we arrange a confirmation of a date. We pay a substantial amount of money to PBSO to provide services to our community. Just like Mr. Morrison, I was greatly alarmed by the video that I saw. It's no attack, and I want to preface my statement by saying it's no attack on Lieutenant Piccolo directly. However, he is the watch commander. But it is a grave concern that I share with Mr. Morrison and other persons in the community. As we eloquently stated about free speech, freedom of speech, I don't think that's taken away from a person when he's out on ride. That video was very alarming, and people may not think it's a concern now until it's their child. And when we look at the recent events that have taken place in Dallas, it lends to question whether or not you're good enough not to be manhandled. You had two persons in Dallas that were in their own home, and one mistakenly, cop walked in the room and walked in the apartment and killed one. And you had one who was playing video games with their nephew, gunned down and killed. So instead of us being reactive, I think it's in the best interest of not only our community, but it's in the best interest of PBSO to have a town hall meeting to address concerns when it comes to policing in our community. I think my record shows that I've worked, contrary to popular beliefs, with them, with PBSO, with the concern that they have on the ride, because we do believe in enforcing law and order. But by the same token, there is such things as due process, treating one with decency and fair play. So I say, hey, we need policing like you're policing Boca Raton, because crime does not see socioeconomics. Police like you do in Palm Beach Garden. Crime does not see one's wallet size. And so it's a concern. I may be called again and sit with the captain and lieutenant about my statements, but I'm not going to mince my words. It was concerning. It was alarming, and we need a meeting, and we don't need popcorn. We don't need any hot dogs, and we don't need to meet in a park. We need a town hall meeting where we can have constructive dialogue and be willing to call a thing a thing. Because now, are all cops bad? I'm not saying that. But what I am saying is this. It was a concern that I share with Mr. Morrison and others, that we need some answers. And we need constructive dialogue. And to add, I would love to see if we can have some conversations with PBSO about a Grow Your Own program, Grow Your Own Officers program, because Glaze Central has, if it has not changed, a law enforcement academy. What better way to grow professionals than looking within your community? Because all of us aren't roaches. We're not menaces to society. There are some of us that got clean records, and compared to those who may criticize us of being criminals, our record is nowhere long as theirs. You know, the only thing I've had on my record is just some speeding violations. And so we need to have some constructive dialogue.
If it pleases the commission, as the mayor mentioned, we got to get the schedule for PBSO. Sure, I know that Lieutenant Piccolo wants to be a part of this. Thanks for coming, Mr. Morrison and your group. I did have a meeting with Lieutenant Piccolo, the major, and the captain, and I expressed, what I had heard and actually what I've seen, and they provided some feedback on how they're going to move forward to address community policing and how to approach citizens in this community. But at the same time, we need to expand that conversation. There's a town hall meeting that's required. If we can get 24 hours to get in touch with law enforcement to see their availability. There are 2 dates on my calendar. Of course, they're always Mondays. Over the next 2 weeks, and that's the 27th, which is this coming Monday, and November 3rd. So those are 2 dates that I'll probably propose to PBSO. Again, I don't know their schedule, but those are your next 2 Mondays.
Mm-hmm. Mr. Mayor, if I may, whatever date you come up with, have it posted on that side.
Okay, all right. So if I can get 24 hours to get in touch with Lieutenant Piccolo, I know he has to take that up to the chain of command and it comes back down. So I would have to request, their schedule. Those are the 2 dates.
Yeah, that sounds good. We got 2 dates. We'll make sure that one of the two will be able to fit their schedule.
Mr. Mayor, I just want to say that I work up there, and I am constantly calling Mr. Piccolo. Also, there is another young man that I work with, that young man that's standing right there. And I want to say that all of them are not in a position to where they are doing that. But there are some out there that's are. And they are aware, but we've talked about it on more than one occasion. Lieutenant Piccolo was mentioning to me in the restroom in there that he had met with some pastors to try to make sure that whatever took place won't happen again. And that's the thing that I'm talking about in this community. It doesn't matter where it's happening at. If it's happening in this community, we have to address it. We have to address it whether it's white, black, green, blue, doesn't matter. We have to address it. We have to sit down and be respectful and talk about this issue so that we can get it handled. But I definitely know that Lieutenant Piccolo, young man back there, they're on board to do whatever's necessary to make this community move forward and to keep our children safe. I know that for a fact.
Thank you, Ms. Patrick. Yes.
So if I can get 24 hours to get in touch with them. And again, I got 2 dates. This coming Monday was the 27th, and then if that doesn't work out, then November 3rd, if that pleases the commission.
Any further discussion on that? 2 dates seem adequate to me. We'll make sure we post information as soon as we know or learn of the dates so the community can be aware and the commission will be aware.
And as soon as we get that, confirm that date, I'm assuming I can call Mr. Morrison, and then we'll formulate our flyers and announcements to go out strategically across the community.
And I imagine we will probably meet in the old cafeteria. That's probably going to be the largest area where we'll have room. So just using that as an option.
Yes, sir.
We can consider.
Yes, sir.
Okay, great.
Unless another larger venue is provided, yes, sir.
Okay. All right. I want to thank the One Voice for the Community, Inc. for making that presentation and requesting the town hall meeting. We'll certainly accommodate that request and feel it's needed. Okay, we're going to move on. We're going to have the 3 presentation. Our next agenda item is the mayor report. My wife told me last meeting I did a good job, but I was long-winded. I told her she needed to look at the tape. I think my colleagues was just as long, but just kidding. But we're going to cut this really short and not prolong the time. I just want to thank Deacon Kirkpatrick for hosting and spearheading the first annual community gospel fest, and he did it for the purpose of attempting to bring our community together as one in a way that would be beneficial to everyone. So it was a great concert. It was over a 2-day period, just happened this past week, Saturday and Sunday. So we want to thank him for that. Great time. Hopefully this will be an annual event that will be put on by them. Secondly, I have a few things. I'm gonna end it at that. I'm gonna move on to city manager report. I know it's getting late in the evening, and we do still have the marina we need to discuss if there's some discussion there. City manager.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm going to move up that new business of the old hospital and talk about it right now. As you are aware, well, the commission, you are aware that we have been in discussion with a major developer that has worked with the federal government in developing housing around the nation, actually. And they specialize in, rental assistance housing, affordable housing, et cetera. This particular developer came out to the Glades a couple of months ago. It was a tour with the county officials and the USDA as a partner in housing. And in this particular developer, we toured Belglade together, we toured South Bay, and of course they came to Pahokee. And they immediately saw the need for housing, of course. They talked about the old hospital site, they visited the old hospital site, and they felt that it was a very viable property to go after federal funding for housing here in the city of Pahokee. That initial meeting and that secondary conversations that I had with this developer, I knew he had built houses, but I didn't know he was going to move that fast. But I think in about 30 days they came back and they announced that they had already received from the federal funding entity, close to about $3.4 million for housing here in the city of Pahokee. That's substantial movement, for just coming out for a first time and looking at the property. So what we've been doing since that I received that announcement and received that confirmation that this developer is serious about the city of Pahokee and now has actual funding for rental assistance and affordable housing for this particular property. I've been in communications just trying to flush out all of the particulars about what type of vehicle we would use, MOU, sales agreement on this property, as well as provide them some site control to get in and start doing some specific architectural testing, asbestos, you name it. Of course, they've already asked my permission. They went out and viewed the site and they did some reviews just to get a preliminary understanding of what they would have to do for this particular site. So right now, me and the city attorney are still reviewing the best vehicle possible. When I said vehicle, I mean the best type of agreement to sell the property, and bring this developer on board quickly because they have been funded already for this particular property. It's rare to happen like that, but because this particular developer has worked with the federal government for an extended period of time, he has a great relationship to secure that type of funding, in a more expedient manner than most. So the only catch to this entire conversation is we're going to go after more demolition dollars from Solid Waste Authority this year, and if we can secure the demolition dollars, that certainly helps him or this corporation move forward with purchasing the property. I've had conversations with the county. Of course, we've been very successful getting demolition dollars before our application is due November 1st for this year. The old hospital is the targeted property that we will be applying for demolition dollars for. And so hopefully, the commission, which serves as the Solid Waste Authority's deciding board, will provide us that funding. I've spoken with our District 6 representative, Commissioner McKinley. She's aware of this project and how important it is to secure those demolition dollars for new development of housing in Pahokee. Now, worst case scenario, what if the county decides to send that, $1 million plus to other municipalities? I've had that discussion with the developer. He still feels that if that happens, then, it will probably, change their scope as far as the amount of houses, because then they would have to go in and do the demolition. But it wouldn't prevent them from still, taking on the property and buying and purchasing it and developing their homes. So that's where we are right now. We also talked about an additional appraisal. It's been quite some time since we've done an appraisal on the property. We requested, could they provide us the appraisal instead of the city paying for it? They said yes. So we're excited about that. And so I'm going to go back, and see what the timeline is on the appraisal, and then I'll turn that back over to the city attorney, and then we'll have some more discussions about how that vehicle should look before we bring you a product that we can present for selling this property. In the interim, the company is requesting that they be allowed to go and do assessments of this property moving forward, so they can get a better idea of what they should be planning for as engineering, construction, asbestos studies, etc. So that's where we are today on this property. But again, this developer is a USDA partner. They're not someone that just showed up out of the dark. They've been with USDA. They know what to do. They know how to fill those applications out and get funding. And the proof is they now have over $3 million awarded to them as of October 3rd. I will provide the commission a copy of that award, because I know I need to roll this out strategically to you, but I will provide you that award letter, and you also will now see the actual company that we've been in communication with as well. But that's as far as we got.
City Manager, you may have mentioned this in the past, I'm not sure, but have this particular entity built houses in the past? They have a history of building houses. They have a history of building houses through federal funding through their corporation. Yes.
And we'll get some information on where they built so that we can.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am. They're calling hopefully, and hopefully they want to get started next spring. But they're calling the first phase Everglades Memorial 1. That name may change for new housing in Barfield Highway. Not sure, but that's just something that was proposed in his application to the federal government to receive his initial funds for this particular property.
Also, I'm glad to hear that we're proceeding to be on the list of having that old house building demolished, because I don't care who's looking at it. I'm not saying it won't materialize. They felt that it could be rehabbed, but I didn't want us to not begin the proceeding for that. So if that deal falls through, at least the property will be cleared if we can get it done.
So I have a question. Are we not going to go out for RFP for this property at all?
No, ma'am. We before you were elected, Commissioner Bowman, I think you're aware of this. We went out to RFP, I think, twice on this property. We got some feedback. We had some folks that responded, and it just died. We stumbled out the gates twice on RFP, and this is our best and most expedient way to address that eyesore at this point. And I strongly feel that we have the right developer on board now to get this done.
And City Attorney, that's okay to do? I thought all municipal properties had to go out for RFP. Maybe I'm confused.
No, they don't. But, and I just want to be clear, I stand ready to assist the manager. So when he decides how he wants to do it, I can certainly craft the documents necessary for a sale, but it's not required that you RFP it.
And I would say this, my concern would have been similar to Commissioner Bowman, concern about RFP, but the fact that we have went out twice recently and really haven't anything materialized, you want to expedite processes sometime when you have the ability to do it. So if there's no legal requirement, then I'm good with that.
Okay. In addition to that, the same developer, as I said, he spent quite some time in Pahokee, and they come here often, actually. We're looking at another site to start addressing the internal parts of the structure. We did some external renovations to it, but now we're going to come back and see if we now can leverage federal dollars for the internal parts of the old Pahokee High School for renovation. This company, again, specializes in these types of projects and grants from the federal government. And we've always talked about a new city hall. You may get one in the near future, but we are looking at some ways where we can now, draw down those federal dollars for that site as well. Again, that's a little more long term. We've had that conversation. He likes the structure. We know it's on the historical registry. And so that was an extended conversation that we had. We toured that building as well with the USDA and this developer subsequently when they were in town, and they loved the structure. They loved the idea of a mixed use, if it would be the next city hall / museum history, maybe a part, allocated for the museum history about the city of Pahokee and the sports, because that will help to appease the type of application for the federal dollars that they're looking for. So that's a little distance out, but I just wanted to, you know, sort of tease you on that as well. But that's a distance out of the conversation. But he is, his company is researching the type of federal dollars that can assist us in that. And as you know, if you live here in the city of Pahokee, we've done some, as we said up here last time, good things here in the city of Pahokee with some of these projects. And the old Pahokee High School is one of them. It looks good. We've put a coat of paint on it, put some grass, and we've sealed it up. But now it's time to really get on the inside of this building and make it viable again to this community, and also respect the history behind it as well. So I feel that this developer can assist in that. So just keep that in mind. Any more questions on the old hospital at this time?
What kind of housing is he looking to put in?
Rental assistance. He's still toying around with rental assistance as some single family, you know, style homes as well. They don't quite know exactly how it's going to be designed. I've seen a lot of their single family homes, and they're lovely in different states. So when you talk about rental assistance homes, because I worked for a housing authority for a moment, when you think about rental assistance homes and single family homes that are built by the USDA, they are starkly different than what we saw when we grew up as kids. They look like homes that you see, you know, that the Glades Global Business Group is referring to. They're that style of homes. And if it's a condo style type as well, they're starkly different. I don't know if you realize it or not, but over the last 10 to 15 years, the federal government no longer builds that type of housing that when you look at it, you go, oh, that's HUD housing. That doesn't happen anymore in America. Matter of fact, there are very few cities left with that style of HUD housing. You see the renovations that are occurring over here at Pageant. You know, it's not as aggressive as some of the other cities with what they've built in the last, I think, 10 to 15 years. But the new type of housing, when you say rental assistance or affordable housing or single family housing, it looks like a home that any one of us would want to live in, believe it or not. And so just keep that in mind when they bring those samples to us, because we'll have an opportunity to have that more fluid conversation of the type of style of homes or condos or, you know, or rental assistant housing that we want to see in Pahokee, where there's not that so-called stigma that you've heard, you know, about what type of housing that the federal government builds, because they build great homes. And so just keep that in mind as well. Any more questions about the old hospital? Okay. This is a little throwback, and this has to do with FEMA. About 12 years ago, Tropical Storm Faye came through the city of Pahokee, and it did a lot of damage. And in fact, it did enough damage to the old city hall that they never went back in it. That's why I work out of a doctor's office right now. But that's just fact. When that tropical storm came through, the city was provided some advanced funds for working out of mobile trailers. And I think if you've been here long enough, you knew this staff was in mobile trailers for quite some time. Well, FEMA now, 11, 12 years later, have gone back and done their research on what they obligated to the city, what they over-obligated to the city, and they feel that they paid us too much for certain things on those tropical storms. Now, that's 12 years ago. So the first thing I requested was I wanted to see, you know, what was obligated to the city at the time. So we're doing some more research. We don't feel we're going to have to pay the money back, what was obligated to the city at that time. But there's a lot more hurdles I want to jump over with FEMA and the federal government, and reach out to some of my contacts at that level to see how we can, you know, have this, you know, taken off the books for the city of Pahokee. But again, this happened 12 years ago, not yesterday, not 4 years ago, happened 12 years ago. And they're now coming to, and I don't understand FEMA's day-to-day operations. But, you know, to take that long to provide the city with a closeout, you know, that's questionable within itself because of the time, which is, I think that would be great, because I've talked to some other municipalities and they've gone out and asked for the waiver or for the de-obligation payback to be waived and taken and removed, and it's happened. So that's where we are right now, but I need to bring that to the commission to let them know that at that time, we provided funds for trailers for staff to live in, and there was some more FEMA dollars, you know, obligated, you know, for some other things. And just to be real with you, you know, some things didn't happen with that money at that time. And so it's hard to explain that now, but, and that's okay, because we're not pointing fingers. We're just going to work with FEMA and do our research and see if we can get this money, as they say, de-obligated or removed, because it's been so long. So it's just something that we're working through, but I got to put it on the table right now. I think it's about $55,000 that they obligated, you know, to the city of Pahokee, and now they're closing the books on it. And why it takes them that long, I have no idea. It was provided to the previous administration, got those documents as well, and so we're just going to work through it, Mayor and Commission, and I don't feel that right now that we're going to pay it back. I just talked to someone, you know, at that level, and we're just going to work this process to see if we can get all those fees that they're fines that they're, I mean not fines, but payment that they're requesting removed completely, because it's been so long.
Yeah, and City Manager, I would suggest that we take a look at some of those successful letters or waivers that FEMA have actually granted, and we use that as a guide to construct our own letter, get the city attorney at least involved in reviewing it so we can have the best chance possible of them moving favorable that they will waive that those funds.
Right. So it's something we're working through, and I don't have all the information. We do have our state FEMA site with those projects that are listed on there throughout the years. Every city has that site with FEMA with the state. So and it's a daunting website. So I'm just combing through it, and I got a couple of more conference calls with the state at Tallahassee level, so we can really comb through this, and then from there we will be drafting a waiver letter to have these fines, these fees removed from the city of Pahokee.
Mayor Babbitt, I might add, up here in one of my meetings, we were just in a meeting with FEMA, and in fact, the city manager brought that up. We had two cities up here that mentioned the same thing. One city said they're asking to pay almost $1 million tax of something that they said they overpaid to their city. Tomorrow morning, I'm meeting with Alfie Hastings tomorrow morning to discuss the same issue tomorrow. Each one of them is meeting with their congressman on tomorrow. So that's one of the topics that was brought up in one of the meetings up here today.
Okay, great job. Thank you.
So I'll keep you updated as we move forward on that. But after you have, we need transparency. I just want to make sure that's what's come about over the last week and a half, 2 weeks. And so we just been diligently trying to assess it and figure out the best course forward. The football field, we need to do some seeding out there. The foundation that I'm working with received some NFL funding. We're in communications about finishing that project and installing the stadium seating, out there for the football field. I'm not ready to discuss the full dynamics of how that's going to be done, because the funding entity needs to go back to the NFL. Well, not the NFL, but the actual contractor that they want to hire, and get some particulars, worked out, and then we'll move forward from there on that. But that will wrap up the seating for the football field with virtually, hopefully, no money from the city of Pahokee. So we're excited about that.
Could I ask you, have you approached the Orange Bowl committee as far as seating and the school board? They gave Belgrade 1.5 million. I'm not saying they're going to do it, but at least we should ask and let them know that we have on our own initiative
build the field, and this is our final hurdle to making this a field that our community can really benefit and enjoy from.
But we did, do some due diligence, and they're a little strategic. Like they'll hit a region for Orange Bowl money, and then they'll move to another region. And the way Belgrade was fortunate was they gave the money to Palm Beach County, and that park is not a City of Belgrade football field. That belongs to the county. People think it's Belgrade, but it's actually the county's football field. And they gave it to Palm Beach County. Granted, we had Mr. Sean Pittman, who was from Riviera Beach, as the chairman at the time, serving as the Orange Bowl chair, so we were very fortunate. But they go region to region with that money. But we did ask, and it is a consideration, for the city of Pahokee.
Okay.
Mayor, if there are any questions, I'll answer.
We're going to defer these questions.
That's all I have. I
don't
want to get
if we can.
Okay, I'm done.
All right, thank you. I got to ask anyway, City Commissioner, any questions for the city manager? Hearing none, we're going to move forward. Now we have the city attorney report.
Yes, Mr. Mayor. As stated previously, we do have an executive closed-door session at the next commission meeting date, which is November the 12th, and at approximately 6:30 on Tuesday, November the 12th, or as soon thereafter as it may be heard, the City Commission shall meet privately to discuss pending litigation pursuant to Section 286.0118 Florida statutes for the following case: Okeechobee Land Company, Inc. versus City of Pahokee, Florida, case number 50-2018-CA 10776 MBAF. Present at the attorney-client session will be Commissioner Boland, Commissioner Everett, Commissioner Hill, Vice Mayor Mervin, Mayor Babb, and City Manager Chandler Williamson, City Attorney Bernadette Norris Weeks, and Assistant City Attorneys Michelle Austin Pammies and Candace Cobb, and court reporters. The estimated length of this attorney-client session will be approximately 25 minutes. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, ma'am. Any questions for the city attorney?
Could you just repeat the date, time, please?
This will be Tuesday, November the 12th, 2019, at 6:30 p.m.
Okay. Now we'll move to our old business, the marina. Who's gonna, city manager, you wanna initiate that conversation?
Thank you. Mayor, Commission, we are traveling fairly closely to when the Division of State Lands will consider the leases for the marina, or the lease for the marina for the three parts, the marina, the restaurant, and the campground. As you know, when we lease all three, we have to receive prior approval from the board and the governing board. And so, again, a lot of conversation has been discussed about the marina and what we've been doing out there for the last 2 years. There's been a lot of renovations done at the marina for the last 3 years. Probably getting a couple more renovations, to be honest with you, because when I go to Tallahassee and ask about renovations and get money, they always say, how much more do you need? And I always tell them, I'm going to need $3 or $4 more million for the next couple of years. That's how legislative funding works. But there have been some significant improvements. Of course, we can stand for some more. We know that. But it doesn't look like it looked 18 months ago, and everyone in this room knows that. There's been some drastic improvements, and then there have been some areas that, requires more funding. I wish I had, $15 million to do everything, but I don't. But we're doing our best to go back to Tallahassee in January and ask for more money again for this marina. But we feel we've done enough where we can entice a very competent organization to come in and manage it. And so what we have is the leases are not in Tallahassee. Mr. Miller was up earlier, and he was, asking the question, what's taking so long? The state is now at that point, Mr. Miller, to provide this to the governor. But in the interim, and this was not brought on by the city, we didn't go and ask, Division of State Lands, should there be any more changes. It was requested that this commission do their due diligence on the fee schedule. As you know, the first 2 years are exempt, and then you got years after year 2, then you start getting into your percentages of pay back to the city. That's specifically what the state wanted us to take a look at. Are we comfortable with that? If so, then nothing changes. That, for me, when we worked out that deal, we were anxious to get a lot of things done at a very, fast pace. And some people have scrutinized some parts of this lease as being not as equal what the city will be getting in return. And so you can look at that fee schedule and say we're comfortable with it, and as well as what we have agreed to, and leave that part alone. Folks are saying, well, we got a signed agreement. Well, some of you tend to forget, about 4 or 5 months ago, our former attorney sat right there and we went through 5 different items that we revised on that lease. And I pulled the minutes of that meeting and I saw it. And so, let's get into our proper legal stance here for a moment. We have a lease that's not been approved, that's not executed. It's not executed until the governor and cabinet sign off on it. You can change it anytime you want. Anytime you want. It's not legally binding. It's not legal until the governor and cabinet says you now can lease all 3 parts to that entity. I want to be real clear about that, because we're floating around saying we're held to to something that was written 2 years ago, when the former city attorney sat right there and revised that lease, and we all sat here and we agreed to those revisions. What were some of those revisions? We talked about landscape. We talked about who would do the landscaping. We talked about what we weren't going to pay for as for restaurant equipment. I recall that meeting. So let's get into our proper stance here, and let's look at what happened the last time we looked at that lease. It was just a couple of months ago. Okay? Those things are on the record. We did agree to those things. The former city attorney also talked about, should the deposit increase? That was just a couple of months ago as we were revising the agreement. That wasn't year before last or anything like that. That was this year. Does everybody recall that now? Because I recall it. I read the minutes on it. So, but we agreed. We had a good discussion that night. We agreed to what we were committing to and what Everglades Reserve Holding was going to be committed to. And the last piece that we discussed was the deposit. And at that time, there was a recommendation by that former city attorney that he felt, and this is on the record as well, that deposit should be more. Is there any disagreement about that? Because that's on the record as well. So that brings us now to today, that we are a couple of weeks away from this lease going to the board and cabinet with those revisions approved by this commission, which is on the record, along with the resolution 2018, I think, -15, if I'm correct, I may be wrong, as well. And the only question that Division of State Lands asked was, Mr. Williamson, is this resolution changing? That's what they asked. Now, some of us want an increased deposit because we feel that it's not enough to secure the viability of the lease long term. And that gives the entity the ability to just walk away because there's not enough money in the deposit. That's sort of, I think that was the last item that the former city attorney brought to this commission, and it wasn't decided upon. There was nothing else. included in those revisions that are pending at this time. If you're comfortable with the fee schedule as designed, you can leave that part alone. If you're comfortable with the deposit, if you feel we need more in a deposit, then that's your pleasure. You have to be very understanding that you have a lease with the state. No one else does. And this property essentially right now is in your hands for your care. And when you sublease, it is still in your care. So, but we want a partnership. And I spoke about that earlier. We want a great partnership. And should it be more in a deposit? I would have to say yes, because I agree with the former city attorney, unless he's out there in someplace and he's changed his mind about that. But that was his last recommendation. That wasn't decided on. We never made a decision on it. So that's where we are with this lease.
Mr. Mayor, that's all.
I give him an opportunity to speak, but I want to make sure that we're receiving the recommendation of the city manager. I feel, and I know this may seem like a delay, that this commission need to submit any recommendation they would like to at least see us consider to the city attorney, city manager. They compile that. We come back here in a special meeting and vote on whether or not we agree with those recommendations. This coming from individual commission as well as the city manager recommendation. I suggest we have that meeting no later than the following Tuesday, a special meeting that we can dissect the recommendation of individual commissioners and the city manager and decide whether or not we're going to make any changes or we're going to accept the lease as is.
Thank you, Mayor. Here's the problem with that. They're preparing that package now. And they're preparing that package now. What I'm saying is over the next 24, 48 hours, that package is going to move forward. So that's why I got another email, today saying, are we going to discuss this tonight? Because they need to know if there are any changes so they can, wrap this package up and close the books, and it's going to be off to the agenda because they have to prepare their agenda, correct me if I'm wrong, about 2.5, 3 weeks out. So we're at that threshold now.
So as far as advertising for a special meeting, I think we need 24 hours. I think we need to give ourselves at least whatever time we need to present some recommendation to you all for us to consider. So I'll suggest even calling the special meeting on Wednesday. Would that give us enough time?
Let me say this. The resolution that's in Tallahassee now essentially says that Everglades Reserve Holding is the entity that we want to sublease to. Is that going to change? That's the part I need because
I make a motion that we just ratify the resolution.
What Brad has explained to me is there are certain parts of this lease that goes on their template and goes to the governor. And then there are certain prerequisites that we have with Everglades Reserve Holding that's just in the lease that we signed. Now, that's what he explained. So, in saying that, some of the things that you're talking about doesn't slow the vehicle down. If the resolution's not going to change, then we're fine. I can go back to Brad tomorrow and say this resolution remains the same, but the particulars of the lease that's just between Everglades Reserve Holding and the city, that's separate. They don't take the entire lease and put it on their template. They was very clear about that. They were clear about that. It's between us and Everglades Reserve Holding. So I don't want to slow the package down going to the governor if that's what you want to do. If the resolution's not changing, we're good tonight, and that can move forward. But if there's some particulars with the individual lease we have at Everglades Reserve Holding in the city, you know, that's something you can still work out. It doesn't slow down going to the governor and cabinet. And if you're supporting the resolution, then you're supporting the package going to the governor. It will move to the governor, you know, in a timely fashion in about 3 weeks.
Okay, I thought I just made a motion. I made a motion that we go ahead and ratify the resolution 2018-15, and that there's no changes and we're good with it.
Commission's pleasure.
The only problem I see with the motion, and I'm not saying it's a bad motion, I think it's necessary, but I won't go as far as saying there may not be any changes with the city manager recommending some changes, one in particular.
But he's saying that's not part of the
right,
ratification
so, yeah,
of that
yeah.
resolution.
Right.
I'm
think,
saying let's just go ahead and tell them we're good with the resolution.
Okay, I follow you, but I think at the tail end of it, you say it with no changes.
Well, no changes to that resolution.
Okay.
Because that's not the lease, that's the resolution. He's saying they're two entirely different things. Is that correct, City Attorney?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm sorry. They're two entirely different things.
Well, the resolution supports the lease document. I guess it's going to mimic it or at least express some intent associated with it. What I understood you all to say when you last met was that you wanted a workshop on it. That's what I heard you say. And I think as the mayor stated, the manager ought to be making some recommendations for you to consider. Also, Mr. Brandenburg, since the manager brought up Mr. Brandenburg, he also mentioned something about an agreement that he thought should exist between and I guess this is a subject of some conversations that he had with the commission between the leaseor, the leasee, and the city with respect to how vessels are anchored, and if there's a storm, and what do you do, and an operational agreement. And so I looked at the statute that was cited in an email where he also mentions what Mr. Williamson said about the money, and the money possibly being a higher amount. And so that's something, if you've had discussions about, certainly I would hate for there to be a storm or something, and that issue was kind of out there pending if you were going to consider it, and the city have some liability or not. So, that's something you may also want to talk about in this other meeting that you have, or and if you were inclined to do it on Thursday, Mr. Mayor, I think you'd have a notice opportunity and be able to do that.
Request for information. Last meeting, there was a request, and I thought we agreed to having a workshop. Now we're talking about dealing with the timetable now, with regards to sending the document to the state. So, our city manager, are you stating that we don't have time? We need to send something?
No,
because
saying,
I heard the language.
Saying if you don't,
let me finish.
Yes, sir.
I heard the language of 2 to 3 weeks. They plan their agenda out. So, what I'm asking is, are we in the 11th hour with regards to that 2 to 3 weeks out?
So we said 24 to 48 hours.
With the resolution, if you wanted to change the resolution, not support the resolution and cancel these leases and et cetera, yes, you have literally 24 hours to say, hey, it's a no-go with the resolution. Now, as the state has explained, we have some particular agreements separate from the resolution in the actual lease that the governor will look at that they're not concerned with. They're not concerned that we said we're not going to pay for this or that, or et cetera, et cetera. Those particulars we worked out in that lease. Irrigation Reserve Holding was here that night. They agreed to those things. That's separate from the master lease that goes to the governing cabinet with that resolution. So if you don't touch the resolution, they're going to take this agreement and move it forward for approval. Now, that individual things that we worked out with Everglades Reserve Holding, that's separate from what the governing cabinet will be looking at.
Okay.
So in essential, you have more time if you want to have some more discussions about some of the particulars of Everglades Reserve Holding. But with the resolution itself that's going to the governing cabinet with that template agreement that they have already on file, no, you don't. You have 24 hours.
So that's why I made the motion.
Let me ask the city attorney this if I could, though. The resolution itself go to the governor, they agree on it. Can we then change any of the language or the contractual agreement that we currently have pertaining to fee structure or any compensation that the city will be receiving?
I think that's what they're asking. I mean, I'm not following the manager, because I think what they're asking is, from what the manager presented in previous meetings, what they seem to be saying, if you have any changes, let us know what your changes are. And if that's the case, then, you could either do it, I guess, tonight, talk about what those things might be, or you could do it in another meeting. But what he's saying is that you need to let them know, sooner than later.
Can I ask a question, if I may? And this question is for Mr. Miller. You stated a number of years. You stated 150 years of experience.
That's between me, Robert, and other Mr. Miller.
Oh, the other Mr. Miller.
He's been in construction.
Oh, okay.
And then in business.
Well,
Business experience.
You say the other Mr. Miller, who talking Mark?
Well, yeah.
Oh, okay. All right.
I mean, he has experience. I've been in business with my father. I started my father in construction. I started on course housing. I know what the spell he was talking about.
Okay.
It's something that this town needs. And I was just talking to somebody about the way it works on the basis of there's a single mother and children. Actually, they get a lot less amount of money. They don't have to pay less.
The sound man is asking if you get to the microphone.
Speak
into the mic that they're recording.
It works on an income basis.
What's that?
When you do low cost housing. I did a whole project.
No, I wasn't talking about the low cost housing. You stated in your presentation earlier that you have 150 years in your confidence. Yes, I know you're not 150 years old, but I'm saying you have 150.
Looks good.
I know maybe when I said earlier lack specificity, I just assuming, knowing that you're not 150 years old, but I heard in your conversation that you have 150 years of experience with the people involved.
Yeah. My son is a graduate.
With regards to the marina restaurant operation,
right.
Good, and I'm glad to see you because we've I do sympathize with your health ailments because I asked the city manager at one time, where were you? Because I remember when I was a private citizen, I remember your initial visit here, you and your group and some others came. But you answered my question about the 150 years and the individuals that encompass that 150 years.
The night that we signed the contract, Mrs. Hill and Mr. Chandler asked us we were only going to put $10,000 down. They asked us to put $20,000, if you remember, on the night that we signed it. And she said, Mr. Miller, can't you put money away? I said, yeah, we'll put another $10,000 up. There's so much work that's got to be done, and you don't realize it. I mean, you've had it out for bid how many times? Guy Hobby, I know those people. They tried to come and take my restaurant in Everglades. I wanted to turn it into a Guy Hobby, and I turned it down. They were going to do a whole building. And their lease was $1 a year for 30 years. is what they were trying to sell. No percentage, no nothing. And I know the people personally. And I've been up on Guy Hobby's properties and all that stuff. It's a different ballgame. We're family. We're not a corporation. We're not coming in here with McDonald's or one of those that got a ton of money behind them that they can do whatever they want. So I think what Mr. Chandler has said, that he'd like to put the thing through, which would be stupid if you didn't do it, right? And you tell us to go down the road after it. I mean, we gotta blow out that contract where either one of us can walk away, right? So I think it'd be very foolish after 3 years of all the time that the council's put into it, we've put into it. I know I've put over $200,000 up here, right? I know Robert has spent close to that amount of money, right? We didn't come to you and ask you for anything, and the stuff has been brought up here.
You said you put $200,000.
I put $200,000 worth of equipment and stuff up there, yes.
What kind of equipment?
Anything from decorations to equipment they use in the kitchens, to tables, chairs. Did you see it, David Chandler? You been in there?
Mr. Miller's restaurant in Everglades City had a lot of
damage.
How do you call it? Memorabilia. Thank you very much. That it definitely is at that value. That it was more memorabilia than equipment. There is some equipment there, but there's some very valuable memorabilia that they had bought up from their old restaurant. I will attest to that because I've seen it. There's a lot of it. But it is at that value. To that degree. He is correct about that.
Well, I thought that it'd be nice to decorate the restaurant with a proper, wage.
It's a lot. I think we have a couple of conversations about some of it, but it's a lot of things he has in there that came from his old restaurant. So they're all very
what do we
high
need
value.
to do now?
One of the things I'm gonna say, and this is just me, I have concerns. As a private citizen, I had concerns with the amount of, I wasn't here with the dollar and all of that, $1 a year and those types. I have concerns with down payment. I have concerns with how divisive this marina has been in our community. I'm sitting here looking at a text, message that floated around earlier in our community, and I'm just concerned about that. I mean, we can say a lot of things now about the city's welcome and the state this and that, but we have a way of doing what we want to do. I'm just concerned. And am I ready? Am I ready? Me as an individual, am I ready to second? Am I ready to support? To vote in support of it? I will say this today, tomorrow, unless we have a workshop and have some real conversation in unequivocal language, I couldn't. And not feel good within myself about it. When you got a person that you agree vocally that made some very inflammatory statement in a text. An end is just an end. I don't care how you dress them up and what school they go to.
Who made that statement?
The restaurant ain't going to open unless we get everything our way. They can go and F themselves and let their attorney run the restaurant, turn it in, and we'll reel in joint the end in the wood pile. Commissioner Crawford, the thief, he wants it, and the attorneys bought and paid for it. Conversation like that. Me personally.
Who said it though? Did anybody from Everglades say it? From us?
Individual named in your one of the three.
I said, did
No.
say it?
Now you're not gonna tell me how to answer you, and I'm answering you.
Okay.
I said one of the three persons that you just listed made the statement. It's just amazing how we get selective amnesia. Because
I don't have
but I'm not talking about you per se. I didn't call your name. I have no inhibitions with doing that.
Right.
But I do know this. More besides me in this room know that text floated around.
Well, it wasn't done by anybody that I know, and it wasn't done by any of us.
Oh, he's sitting out there in the audience.
Well, I didn't see it. I don't go along with that stuff. I don't get on internets
and that's the issue that I have. We say these beautiful speeches in front of this dais, but when these conversations are had publicly on public sites, or there has never been a comment or a statement made. Never been a comment or a statement made that said that Everglades Holding or what have you disavow or separates themselves from that type of life. There has not been a statement made.
Well, I'll make a statement of that. I don't care if you're black, white, green, yellow. If you're doing your job and you're working, I don't care about that. My father, his boss, his head foreman was a black guy. And he worked for my father for 30 years. And he ran many construction jobs, right? There was never a president come to my house, ate in my house, everything. And that's a bunch of belong, really. We came up here 3 years ago. We didn't know if we were prejudiced. I mean, I walked into this town. It's black. There's no problem with that. I got no problem doing that. I think that you got a great opportunity to take this town to the next level. When I went into Everglades City, of 500 people, the town was getting to lose their charter because they weren't getting enough revenue into the town. And that's all we want to do. We want to develop. We don't want to come in here for politics. We don't want to run for government. We don't want to go around calling people names. You don't make money calling people names. That's a bunch of baloney. And if anybody in my group ever said that, I'm sorry it was said. I didn't say it. I know Robert doesn't say it. I know my son doesn't say it. My kids have many black friends. Many black friends have been in my house. And they play ball together and everything else. So I don't know what you're talking about. I mean, it's not anything that I think should even be brought up. I think
it needs to be brought up.
This fellow that was over here, the fellow here said we should join together. The country should join together and stop all this crap that's going on, that's useless, that we make no money on, and we just cause a bunch of people to aggravate each other.
It needs to be brought up and dealt with. That's what I'm saying.
Oh,
and the reason why we're dealing with it nationwide is because we like to sweep it under the rug and not deal with it and not call a thing a thing.
I don't have a broom. Never did.
Well, Mr. Miller, I think, well, I don't think, I know, because I was in that meeting at the attorney's office with the city manager and a few of you guys, but we addressed that racism comments.
So I think them at a daily basis of dealing with the city.
Right. But what he's saying, since that time, it grew wings and flew around the city of Pahokee. Because I've read it more than twice since 2017. No, but Mr. Miller, please indulge me for a moment. What he's saying is, since that time, when we had that meeting of the minds, and said that language and that type of behavior is not, allowed in this city if you want to do business with the city. Well, since you've been gone, it grew wings and flew around the city of Pahokee many times.
It shouldn't be like that.
You have been privy to it because they hadn't brought it to your doorstep.
I mean, if I come into this town.
So wait a minute, Mr. Miller, just indulge me for a second. What Commissioner Everett is saying is, I think Everglades very
respect for Mr. Williams. Speak for you.
Well, what I'm hearing,
because I can speak for you.
What I'm hearing is, since I met Robert Lambert first time, I met you guys. I drove all the way down there to Everglades City on a Saturday to see your restaurant and see your operation and taste your food. There's been a lot of conversation that has taken flight around this project, and this project has been utilized to inject racism, and it's been corralled, folded up into a nice piece of paper, and everybody telling me it's the Bible, and it ain't. Okay, so in saying that, yeah, I've heard a lot of things around this city from people who talk to you all the time, who made those comments. Now, how do we deal with that and move forward?
Have you heard it from Robert?
The first thing.
Have you heard it from any three of us standing here? Answer the question.
Let me finish, please indulge me. The first thing we do is we understand what we're trying to achieve here. What's the end goal here? And that is, one, to move this marina forward with a viable organization, an investment group that, one, believes in parity, believes in justice, believes in equality, and stamps out anybody that brings that type of tone to this city and to your organization, which I'm sure you don't want. And I've heard your commitment about what you don't accept. I think that's what was being addressed. You know.
I don't think you're pointing at me with respect to ever. I'm not even on Facebook. I don't condone that.
None of the three of us have ever had anything.
No, I'm just explaining to you how it took wings around your project.
I understand, but let me finish. The three of us have the utmost respect for this council, this city. None of us have ever said anything like that. Mark has been removed. He's been removed. So where has it been said by either three of us? Do you have anything the three of us have ever said?
Never said that.
So it has been addressed.
What
yes?
I stated from today is, if you'll let me finish, because see, now we gonna get nowhere with it that way. Now you made a statement, and I'm responding to your statement.
I understand.
What I'm saying is this: I address from this dais, not one of you said it, but a person that I, through assumption, was aligned still with you all, who have made himself he self-appointed himself as a spokesman for Everglades Holding.
Unless I'm saying it, Robert's saying it, or my father's saying it, he's not a spokesman. You can't control what other people say.
No,
Just like you can't control what a supporter says. Obviously, this gentleman's a supporter of us, but I can't control what he says. I'm 24 years old. I've grown up with every culture possible. That's not my beliefs. That's not his beliefs. This is not this gentleman's beliefs. We haven't gone through business our whole lives with having that. That's just unacceptable.
I've been here since 2014 when you guys came to Okeechobee or my other restaurant that I continue to operate and begged me to come here.
Well, I didn't. I wasn't there.
And that won't be allowed. That will not be allowed. Any sort of comments like that, we are here to work with the city. We are here to work with the council, and I won't stand for it, and these gentlemen won't stand for it.
And if I was racist, I certainly wouldn't be in
And I mean that. So I hope that addresses any concerns that you have with the three of us, because the three of us are the ones that are running the operation. I mean, you can come down to my restaurant in Naples, and you can come into my kitchen, you can come down and you can have dinner and see what our operation's about. We're a family-run business.
And you can come to my restaurant in Okeechobee. I've told Channel many times I'd like the council to come down to my restaurant. I have black people that work for me. I have Spanish people that work for me. I have white people that work for me. They all get the same benefit. If the guy's worth $10, he gets $10. White, black, or yellow, I don't care. That isn't the way I run my business. If you're the best, you're going to make the most money. I don't care what color you are.
Where perception shapes people's reality, and if the perception was, or however we want to phrase it, was that he was aligned with you all.
A supporter.
That was not the
Well, in the beginning, he was here because we're not up here every day. We're in two different areas. He's in Fort Lauderdale, I'm in Naples. We looked at housing up here to move people up in here. This has been going on for 3 years. I mean, it didn't start yesterday. Actually, since 2014. Right. And we stand before this council for any time and presented our case of what we can do and what we can't do. Right? And we keep on beating this dog.
Exactly. Ready to go.
Put it out. Get rid of it. Put it out for bid again. And you'll get nothing like you got before. And a big undertaking to take over something that the condition that is that even though Chandler has done some work down here, like he said he could use $10 billion,
He could use $10 million, believe me.
And Chandler, did we not take care of Mark when we spoke? And he was not to be a part of the day-to-day operation? Was it not an immediate action?
I think that was an immediate action at that time. As a city manager that tried to keep my pulse on this community, there have been continuous inflammatory things done over the last 2 years since that conversation, since that action was executed. It's just not good for business. And so, Mayor and Commission, you got a resolution here that says that the city of Pahokee, supports the bid and the sublease agreement for Everglades Reserve Holding that needs to go to the governor. If there are some additional things in that individual lease that we have with Everglades Reserve Holding that we need to address, that's separate from getting this to the board immediately, as Commissioner Bowden has mentioned. But I will say this, because the city still has control of this marina, and those who have provided those avenues of hatred in this community, their lease is going to be terminated, and they're going to be removed. No matter how far your ankle is down in the deep of the marina, it's going to get pulled up, because you're going to have to leave. And I assure you of that, and I'm saying it publicly. So it's not a surprise, and there's anything, because I can no longer turn a blind eye to those conversations. And you're affecting other voters, you're affecting contractors, you're affecting staff. That stuff is documented, because I got to file this stick on it, and I'm going to execute it. So if you're one of those people that believe in those type of behaviors and language, you're not going to be at that marina before you take over or after you take over. You're going to have to leave, and we have the authority to do that. And that's where I am today. So you have no control over that. The city does. And we can't allow individuals in this community to live in this community among us and say they support everybody, yet behind our back, they're stabbing us with a knife and calling us all types of names. It's not tolerated.
Has any three of us have ever said that?
I'm not saying you, sir.
So,
I'm just saying, since this project was developed, there's so much, negativity that surrounded it that kind of was snuffing the air out of it. So again, Mayor,
I said,
you have a resolution that needs that if you want to move forward tonight, it says that you support Everglades Reserve Holding subleasing this with the city of Pahokee. Any other particulars that we've discussed before, those are separate from this resolution that is already on the table in Tallahassee.
So what do we do? What do we
Back to
need
my
to do?
original question, you're saying that the signed lease we currently have is really not binding, even if the governor approved the concept of leasing.
No. Yeah. This resolution is binding, so you can sublease with them. That's what it's saying. Doesn't mean you can't go back and change some of that leasing material that's in it. It says now you can go sublease with Everglades Reserve Holding. That's what it says.
Okay.
And that's not changing, then we're good tonight. That's what that's saying.
I understand what you're saying, but I think from what I heard earlier, the city attorney has a slightly different interpretation. I know you have had verbal conversation as well as written, but I just don't want to get in a position where if we do have to agree or negotiate a better compensation, say, for the city, and I'm going to use this as an example, the deposit increase that you're recommending. I don't know what the amount is being recommended, but since we do currently have a lease with them, although it won't be official until the governor sign off, can we now go back at a later date and change the requirement for the deposit, the percentage of payment that the city would receive, and those type of issues?
Can I ask a couple of questions, Your Honor? Your Honor, Mayor, the company. Do you all agree with Mr. Chandler that there are certain changes that can be made to the lease agreement before it goes to the governor? Okay, so on your side, you agree fully that this is not you're not in a binding agreement with the city until such time that the governor's office or the proper state authorities sign off.
We understand that the lease is not valid, and the governor and the board of trustees.
Okay, very good.
I did speak with Brad, the state yesterday, and everything the gentleman said is exactly what he told me.
I'm not the smartest cook in here, but y'all giving me some dual language here.
So what they're
Okay.
saying, Mayor, is that they agree that changes can be made.
Okay.
So with that being said, if you all wanted to make certain decisions tonight, you could. If the manager is prepared to make a,
But
you
we're
know,
not in a position, I don't think, tonight. We need to workshop this as soon as possible. I need to get input of this commission. The city manager may have some individual recommendation, but some of these commissioners may also
Yes, sir.
have some. So that's what I'm saying. In an interim, if the governor office sign off on it while we are in the process of making some changes or recommending some changes, will that particular contract be?
Yeah, I don't think you have that option. And you're right. In
That's
that respect, I think we are saying something totally different.
Thank
And
you.
so that's why earlier, I had suggested that, and I've been speaking with the manager about it, that you do have a workshop. So, but if you decide not to, because he's saying the manager has had and then you have the contractor here is saying that we just talked to him today, and they're saying that they agree with what Chandler's saying, which is it's like has to be done right away. I think what the state was saying was that it must be something has to be done, or they're going to have a meeting, and when they have the meeting, they're going to be signing off on the contract. I mean, what else would they be doing? So it's not like the resolution is separate than the lease agreement. They go together. The resolution is approving the lease agreement. The lease agreement is the language that's up at the state. They're not contemplating that they're going to take this back again to have another meeting to approve changes that you're going to make now. So if you were interested in making changes, you need to really do it according to the manager. If what he's saying is true, you'd have to do it like tonight, because he's saying within 48 hours they'll be putting together a packet, and that packet is going to be what they're taking to the board for the board to approve. And if that's true, then you don't have your additional time to, make certain changes to the contract. So when he came at the last meeting, he being the city manager at the last meeting, and he said, we're going to be bringing this back, and then you all said you're going to do a workshop or whatever. That was for the purpose of putting additional language in the lease agreement so that could be considered when the state reviews it and makes a decision. I mean, so in other words, if you make amendments, because even the language in this lease, right? If you make amendments, it still has to be approved. Those amendments have to be approved. So let's just say you decided a year from now there were things that you wanted to tweak. That would still have to go back up to the state for the state to approve it. And then, it's not like you can just do whatever you want to do a month from now. So that's why I'm saying, if what the manager is saying, it's a packet, and the packet has to be done right away, you all should probably, take however long it takes and talk about it tonight.
And of course, Attorney Weeks, I know you're new here, but we've had well over 2 years since that document's been signed. I'm just very surprised that all of a sudden at the 11th and a half hour, all of a sudden there's a big issue.
This is what the discussion was supposed to be about. I don't have a stake in this at all.
No, I know
and so yeah.
We didn't put the lease together.
So we either ride with it tonight or we cancel it.
We didn't put it together.
I mean, why
But
can't
even
we
he
just?
has
I just said
things that aren't in the lease.
How can we do this?
We got to do business. Exactly.
In fact, I've got
I'm
communications
sorry.
in my phone
They've been
with Chandler. There was
3
a vote about
years
the
waiting
deposit,
on us.
whether first we agreed to raise it from 10 to
Get
20,
rid of mine.
and there was a
Get
vote.
them down.
I believe the vice mayor, I believe you're still listening, I hope. I believe she brought it up, there was a vote, and I believe it was unanimous that the deposit would stay at 20, so I don't know why
That's
that
right.
issue's coming up.
Now the issue,
Do we want a restaurant here, or don't we? This has been 3 years.
Can I?
3 years.
I don't see
Can
that
I
they're
say
going to
something?
take off and run away. They've been here 3 years waiting on us, so why, when they got the thing, would they take off? To me, this is crazy.
The only thing, my take on it is, at this point, I just think allow them to deal with whatever it is, that's with all the things that's going on, because that is a very sensitive topic with this racism, or we get together and we pull all together and have a workshop or have a town hall meeting about it. But for now, we really need to go ahead and just try to move forward with what we're doing and get through, and because it's like we're beating a dead horse. If we either do it tonight or we cancel it, and I just don't see how in the world you would cancel it. It's been 3 years. I get it with some of these comments. I understand that. And I think that, me personally, I feel that you all need to really remove people like that from your organization or from wherever it is. Do not allow them, especially in a community, in any community. But as far as with business, we really need to move forward and just get some things done, because we are almost beating a dead horse.
And I don't see if Mr. Miller and James, because they haven't been here because they've been dealing with Mr. Miller's, illness. I think that a lot of this would have not come about, and they would have been able to talk and say what they said tonight, and this all would have gotten resolved instead of getting blown up into a big to-do. But nonetheless, set all of that aside, and and at the end of the day, it is a business deal.
Yeah.
And when somebody stands around and waits for you for 3 years, and now we're at the point we're about to lose another season, and that's to me what people are not even taking into account. These people are going to lose another season here. Yeah, I know, but I'm saying if we delay it, you can lose next year's season at this point. So they're willing to come in here, they're willing to do this, and they're standing here saying they want to work with us, and they're saying they'll do whatever we need them to do, and that they want to be good partners, and why are we treating them so badly?
And we have worked with you. When Chandler called me, desperately needed a hurricane plan for the marina. I was in London in the middle of an arbitration for 30 days as an expert witness. I dropped everything. I spent 4 days preparing that hurricane plan. Did I not, Chandler? Is that true?
And didn't you tie down the boats and do the stuff?
Yes,
so
I did. I mean, I couldn't in good
I
conscience
made
let
a
that boat
motion.
destroy your marina.
I think we need to move forward with the motion I made.
I agree with Commissioner Bowling, but one thing, the only thing I want to add to this, Lise, is that about non-discriminatory practices.
I'm fine with that.
And I would like to see anywhere from $10,000 to $15,000 more dollars in deposit, $1,000 in deposit. If we can agree to that, and I think that's comfortable, I think we'll be ready to go.
I'll second that motion.
Amen.
Wait a minute. I don't agree to it.
No, my baby is waiting on me. I'm serious.
Yeah, because that allows for the city to be protected on any of these other actions that may occur going forward. I just need to go ahead and put this out here so we can put this to bed tonight.
Yes.
Let me ask you, City Manager, that discriminatory practice, does it include hiring of known person known to the community to be racist? For instance, I mean, I'm asking.
Yeah, Mr. Yeah.
How qualified?
We could not.
Practice racial discrimination.
Right. We could not do that, Mayor. But we could certainly look at the language that's in there regarding non-discrimination. We could try to craft some language that would give the city broad authority.
We got a city attorney speaking. We need to be mindful.
We could have some language in there that could give the city broad authority, whether it's in hiring and to review certain things, as a part of.
Can't do that with a business.
Yeah, yes, you can. In fact, you can audit. You can, and that's already in the document. You can, you can look at any number of things if you wanted to. But you can't, talk about known people. Unfortunately, we couldn't do that. But
if we're going to have a business relationship with these people, we need to start trusting each other. That's
Yeah.
the whole problem here, is we don't trust each other. Why can't we trust each other and give everybody the benefit of the doubt that what they say is what they will do?
If as a business owner, anybody would sit and allow any person that is knowingly racist, just to be so entwined in their business, just you can't
day and
control
age, that's
certain
crazy.
things.
Yeah.
That would be a loss on their end. That's just how I feel about it. Yeah,
Yeah,
I mean,
exactly.
that's just my point.
But I'll say this though,
I mean, 'cause
at
this-
some
I mean-
point, you got to disown those type of comments, whether
And he did.
they're. I'm just saying. Let me say this. Whether they're supported or not, you know how much criticism elected officials get when a supporter who has known racial views support them. The public is looking for a disownment statement from that individual saying they don't believe in those comments and they disassociate themselves with it.
And Mayor Babb, I did say that we disown any of those comments, and as I said to Chandler, we handled that immediately. After that, I can't control what that person says.
Mayor, an additional deposit, moving it from $20,000 to $30,000. The discriminatory language also added as well as a safeguard. I think the city is ready to go.
Thank you. Roll call.
Let's take a vote.
That division, state lands know that tomorrow, so we're ready to go.
And just so you know, what you have right now, Mr. Mayor, if I may, you have in the document, it says non-discrimination. Tenants, members, owners, subleases, employees, and agents shall not discriminate or publish any materials that discriminate or promote discrimination, and shall treat all persons equally without regard to race, color, religion, disability, sex, age, national origin, ancestry, marital status, familial status, sexual orientation, and gender identity or expression. So that's what you have currently. So if you were looking to beef that up, you have to tell me what you want to add to it. That would be legal, of course, and then I can add it.
This commission is ready to move forward with the city manager two suggestions as far as negotiating those two avenues. That's fine, but I really wanted this commission as a whole to be able to give some input in things we felt needed some adjustment. And it's not only those just two areas, but I'm comfortable if the majority of the commission feel that we can move forward based on that.
And Mr. Mayor, there were some things that Mr. Brandenburg had brought up before, some things that you said didn't make the contract before. What were you going to do with those things?
When it came to
are you going to add those? Yeah, there were some things that you said were not added, and you wanted those things added. What are you going to do about those?
It was about the maintenance. Remember who was responsible for cutting the grass. Those things, changes were made, but it's not indicated anywhere in the document for some reason that they actually have in Tallahassee.
Right,
So
and
I think they didn't make it to. Right. Yeah, there was 4
but
or 5
it was more than just the grass. And
yeah,
so what I would suggest is that you put those out and get them to agree with them, and then that way you can make those a part of the agreement that goes up. So you're not, hanging out in limbo.
Now and 12 o'clock tomorrow.
You're trying to get it done. I'm trying to help.
Yeah.
I have a 6 a.m. flight on Thursday.
All right. Well, I mean, I probably got another 24 to 48 hours possibly to flesh it out. But the main thing is that we're moving forward with the resolution. That's the main part.
Yeah.
And if I can get the rest of the language in between now and possibly Thursday, I think we're still safe. And that's,
okay, so the motion would be then giving the manager the authority to add in additional language that had previously been anticipated as a part of the agreement. And I think that would cover it and allow you that. I just don't want this, stuff hanging out there, and then they say they didn't agree to it.
Say motion right now.
Yeah, so the motion, you want to, you want to make the motion so that it gives the manager the authority to incorporate the items that have been previously agreed upon.
I'd like to make a motion
And-
that we allow the city manager to go back and.
Why don't I just amend mine? Make it easy?
Yes.
Okay, so I amend my motion that we do that. We allow the city manager to bring back those items and negotiate it with you in the next 24, 48 hours. Get that? And then that we agree that we send the city or the state, I'm so tired, that we send the state our agreement to move forward with resolution 2018-15, if I've got the number right.
A second.
That's right.
We had a second on that?
Yes.
Yep.
Who's the second? We have a motion on the floor moved by Commissioner Boland, properly second by Commissioner Hill. Call for question. Hearing none, are you ready for vote?
Quick question, I'm sorry. I remember Mr. Miller, when you came about a year ago. Well, I remember, not a year ago, 3 years, we talked about, you had conversations about not only the marina, but investing on the other side of the dike. It was just conversation. I don't know what was, if there was anything committed to paper. Maybe trying to entice hotel owner. Yeah.
My daughter is a regional director at Primestar. It's also in the world. And we have multi-six, motel 6 on
Yeah, I left.
Yeah. They've changed that view now. I had the fellow from North Carolina that's in charge of this region put a package together, which I think I gave it to Chandler at the time when they did it, and they were ready to step in here and on the property over the dike to put a hotel in, if they, after they do their research. But they gave the opportunity. They said that they would do it. I also have contacts with other hotel companies that my father worked with.
And we've got another one here that Chandler's had several meetings with out of Vero Beach, and another national chain that would be the ideal fit that Chandler's working on getting the survey that they're waiting for. So we've got that.
I mean, we do have the contacts. I mean, we've been in business a long time.
And you're willing to invest and connect these contacts?
Why would I not?
I'm just asking a question because I know we've had conversation.
Yeah, why would I not, Benny? I mean, Benny, if I'm going to come up here, put my son up here, my other son up here, and make a life, I mean, the only way you're going to do it is by making the town grow. The town is not growing right now. I mean, that fellow that came up here with Habitat, that's a real good thing. That's something that you should never back at. This fellow over here wants to do some real. I mean, that's what you need. I don't care who develops it, it's got to be developed. And I think a lot of the stuff that's gone on for the last 3 years is more frustration than being mad at it. Just frustration. We're going to open the restaurant this November. We're going to open this November. I mean, we were ready to step in and do it, and we kept backing off. Whether we didn't get the right funds, Chandler didn't get the right funds.
I understand. I just wanted you all to understand where I stood. And my addressing it was never this be directed to you, but directed where it needed to be directed to, and I make no inhibition.
We're trying to stop Zuckerberg. You're going to take Facebook, it's going to go away. He's selling our information to China. He's selling it to Russia. It's in every paper that you see. They're going to get rid of it. That bear is taking your information. Every time you type it in, he's got your information. That's what he's doing. I don't type it. I don't
So that in additional questions, hearing none, are you ready for a vote? Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Commissioner Boland?
Yes.
Commissioner Hill,
Yes.
Commissioner Everett,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Mervin,
Yes.
Mayor Bab.
Yes. Thank you, City Clerk. Thank you, Commissioner. Motion passes by unanimous vote. We're going to talk about the old hospital property, citizen comments. City manager, city clerk, do we have any citizen comments card completed?
Yes, sir. The first one is from Mr. Kirkpatrick.
He's gone.
He's gone.
The next one is from Mr. Sam McKinstry.
I can't hear. I see. Oh, she doesn't know.
Sam McKinstry, 371 East Main Street. It's funny that Mr. Benny here brought up the sheriff's office. What I have here is a 9-page report. It's redacted, but it's got here checked Florida State Statute 119.071, paragraph 2, section E, confession. It also has checked Florida State Statute 191.071, paragraph 2, section H, identity of victim of sexual battery, lewd and lascivious offense upon a person less than 16 years old, child abuse, or other sexual offense. The name on this report is none other than Mr. Everett.
That's a lie.
It's right here, sir.
That's a
All
lie.
right here. I will make sure every commissioner here has a copy. You wouldn't
That-
talk to the commission.
that's
I'm
a
gonna
lie.
talk to the commission.
That's a lie.
You're all going to get one.
Okay,
It's
thank
known
you.
as the Palm Beach Post.
Okay, send it.
In
That's a lie.
In addition, comments card.
Never confessed to a crime such as that. Never been involved with that. That's a lie.
Mark Miller.
I work with the school system.
You shouldn't.
That's a lie. But let's talk about your record. Misdemeanors, felonies. No, ever nothing. You ain't gonna come and defame my character because I've never confessed to a crime, never been involved in one.
Right here, sir.
That's a lie.
Okay. I guess you're telling the sheriff's office.
I tell Rick Bradshaw he alive that if you got document that I confess to any crime.
Let's move forward. Mr. Miller.
I wouldn't give a darn. You could disseminate your behind. And I'm not going to stand for too much of that attack. I'm not going to stand for it. That's what I said. You can bang that all night. But you will not defame my character. And I'll be out there tonight.
Hey, guys.
Okay.
I think.
Talk, Mark.
I wouldn't give a-
me up here.
Move forward.
Mark Miller, 190, and I think actions speak louder than words as evidenced in that report.
I never confessed to anything, so I don't have anything to worry about. I've worked at the Palm Beach. I'm working currently with the school district. I have nothing on my report with a confession. So
That's your comment, Mr. Miller.
No, I just wanted to.
Please
you
send it to
mentioned- I know there was some talk about tearing down the old city hall, and there was an SWA grant that was given to the city some time ago. Is that going to go out for RFP at any given time? I have somebody that's interested in that property to develop it.
We haven't made a decision on it that I'm aware
But you do have a grant to tear it down, I
of. The
understand.
hospital?
No, not the hospital, Mr. Mayor, the old city hall.
I don't know.
Sitting on the south
Have
side
we actually
going up the
received a
dike.
grant at this point?
We
Successfully
have money to tear down the old city hall, and it's for pre-qualified vendors from the previous demolition project. We're working on the scope of work now, actually.
So an RFP will be going out for that?
No, it's for pre-qualified demolition
An RFP.
contractors who qualified previously for the last one. So it'll be going to those specific individuals.
So it'll be happening
Soon.
in the next 6 months?
No. We're actually working on the scope of work now.
Okay, great.
Talking, maybe a week or two.
That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. In addition to comments card, Madam
The
Clerk.
next one is from Mary Dobro. She's not here. Bobby Colvin, he's not here. Juan Gonzalez is not here. That concludes the.
Thank you, ma'am. Now we'll move into the correspondence, comments, concerns of the city commission. Vice Mayor Mervin.
I don't really know it this time, Mayor, but only that I hope we can pass this ordinance to get out of meetings by 9 o'clock. These are too long this time of night, but good night, everyone.
Thank you, Mayor.
Good night, everyone.
Thank you, Mayor. Commissioner Bowling.
Good night.
Thank you. Commissioner
Good
Everett.
night.
Thank you. Meeting adjourned.